Hello. Everyone, welcome to UzChess Cup 2025. We are at round number 6, and here we can see Arjun taking on Sindarov with the white pieces, and the position is insane. Arjun is completely on a roll. He's on attack. He's pushed all his kingside pawns yahan pe, if you can see him. But he looks pretty relaxed here. Pretty relaxed. Also, today's game is very important from many perspectives. Guys, Nodirbek Abdusattorov is leading the event. He is on 4 points. And we also have Maghsoodloo, who is on 3.5, followed by Arjun also on 3.5. So today's game from a leaderboard perspective, very, very important. Not just that, another very important thing, guys, for Arjun's game. How many of you know why this game is extremely critical? Can you let me know in the chat? Guys, while you are joining, like the stream abhi karo so that initially done and then bhul nahi jaoge. So like karo. An important question. Why is it a very, very critical? Arre, kya baat hai? Soham Mojar. He's written world number 3. And that is the reason. If Arjun today beats Sindarov, he's going to get, I don't know exactly how much rating, but for sure he will surpass world number 3, Fabiano Caruana, in live ratings. And that would be very, very epic. So 0.9 rating difference. Dono chair khali hai. Arjun has made his move. Yes, the engine slightly favors black, but we are going to go there because the position is extremely exciting. Okay, also to show you, here we have Pragg, who is playing after an amazingly exciting game yesterday with Maghsoodloo. Today he's playing with the white pieces. We all witnessed a roller coaster. बहुत मजा आया कल. And also we have here Aravindh taking on Vokhidov. Pragg is playing with Rapport, by the way. And यहाँ पे Aravindh. All of them are with the white pieces today. So मजा आने वाला है. But let's go to our main screen here. And hello everyone. What's up? Today I've made sure that everything is perfect. The bars and the chess box and what not. Sab kuch. Can you read our chess box? How do you like it? And also we are going to have a very special guest joining in today. I'm talking about a very special guest, guys. And well, that's... I don't know if any guesses. Radio says watching from Fiji. Love ChessBiz India. Oh, thank you so much. Fiji Islands. Very beautiful. I've heard about it. Oh, we have Samlin, who's found it. Jack Peralta. Absolutely. No, not with it, though we will hope for it. Sagar, guys, do you think he's a very special guest? Come on. Okay. Let's go to the games. Guys, Sagar today has gone to this tournament. It's the last day Orient Pro where it's happening in Mumbai. If you remember, under 13 and also open section. So it was that tournament many years ago, which even Gukesh had played over here. So he's gone over there. So he will, I don't know if he will be able to join us or it will be late. But we will see if everything happens on time and if he's able to reach. But for now, let's look at the game, because last few moves, I want to take you, maybe I'll just very quickly go through the opening, not too much time here. This is Arjun's game we are starting with. He is on 3.5 here. Looks like some semi-Slav there, 94 short castle. Still looks pretty standard here. Yes, there have been games. And Arjun started with f4. Yeah, he's saying that I'm ready for an attack already. with my knight placed here, with my bishop eyeing over here. It's not going to be easy for you. But Sindarov, who is also a very, very well-known attacking player, he is not worried. He simply goes into short castle and says, yes, I am coming into your cave. You can freely attack me. He's not worried. Arjun goes g4. Guys, he's like, it doesn't matter if my king is on the short side. I'm gonna be pushing all my pawns. My pieces will maneuver. But Arjun believes in this attack extremely, I think, too much, without worrying about the weakness of the king which he's creating. He pulls his knight back so that this is also g5 can be pushed at some time. But you have to be a bit careful about this bishop here as well. Knight goes back. Sindarov has made slightly passive over here, but yes, you do want to, your dark squares are weak and you might want to push your pawn, or you might want to bring your bishop to this g7 square. Arjun, by the way, if you remember, he had exchanged for this knight the bishop, and that's where you will be able to see that Sindarov is not worried so much about the dark squares. Arjun has developed his queen on c2 on this diagonal. Also, this is the only semi-open file. So many times we have seen the c5 square where the knight generally goes for, but this doesn't seem like that kind of position. He goes queen c2. What a nice shift. Yeah, we have seen rook shifts, but here we are seeing a queen shift. Queen goes back to d8. Queen is like, yeah, either everything is happening over here, all the attack, I have to defend. So he goes queen d8. And look at this move of Arjun, guys. h4. He's saying, yes, you can take this pawn. But if you take this pawn, it's a mistake. The first question of the day. Why is bishop h4 a mistake? Let's see how many of you will find it. While you're thinking, I'm able to drink my tea. Yes, so many of you actually have found it. Akash, Ritvik, Sana, Shri Hari, Unknown, Rajasuba, Saisha, well done there. G5. Firstly, you're disconnecting these two pieces. Now h4 is attacked here. I mean, you will lose your piece. You cannot defend it. So g5 would be very powerful. So obviously, that is a small trap set there. King h8 played by Javokhir, who says, I'm not at all going to, fall into any of your attack, ghosts of the attack. So he is not worried. He goes king h8, and this does happen many times when you love to attack. Because you are also calculating the lot of defenses of your opponent, you automatically become very good at defense as well. So here king h8 has been played, and Arjun, look at him here. Let's go full screen for a moment and see him. Look at him. His last move is simply moving the king to f2. What kind of play is this? Ajubhai, completely in like the boom bam mode, guys. Boom bam. And that's the guest we are gonna have today in some time. Of course, I don't know what's the time right now is in USA. If you can let me know. But Harshit Raja would be joining us today. And king f2. Ye kya move hai yaar? Too good. This is very interesting chess we are looking at. And what Arjun is basically saying is that I am making space for my rooks to come to h1 or g1. I just only target is your king. I don't care about the weaknesses and the pawn weaknesses, square weaknesses, anything. I don't care if my own king is weak on this rank. Doesn't matter. Normally when such a weak king is there and when a flank attack is initiated, what your opponent wants to do is to break open in the center. But look at the center for a while. Yeah, this is the center. And if you look at the center, the break which you can see for black would be c5. But it's not possible. c5 is not possible here. How much ever black would love to play it, this move is not so easy with d5 hanging, and wow, it's still an interesting move to calculate. That's That's cool. Maybe not taking here, maybe some other moves, but principally this would be a break which black would want to take. There's no other break here, and the center Arjun is keeping closed and giving shelter to his own king. So that's what he's thinking about. And here Sindarov makes the best move, h5. Look at this. He's like, you want to push the pawn to h5, gain some space here, open the file, have this hook over here with this g6 pawn, typical in even dragon structures when you have this, the rook on h file and h5 and the bishop is here attacking. So he says, why should I allow all that stuff? He's going h5 and already stopping the pawn on h4, which was a very important defensive idea by Sindarov. So he is replying very nicely to Arjun's attack. This is how black should reply. And now Arjun has a decision to make, because does he want to maintain this tension over here? Does he want to push the pawn and say, okay, I'm like, committing here and later I'll be looking at some other break. But then this bishop has a lot of squares, maybe g4 square to look at, plus these squares, not very sure. It looks committal. What if gh5? That's the first question. Because gh5, tell me guys, doesn't it look weak? Doesn't this pawn on h5, which is isolated, of course, you have your own pawn isolated as well, but because the king is on h8, it looks like black's pawn on h5 should be weaker. That's what the feel is about. If at all you can attack this, which means on this diagonal, if you get your queen right now, it would be very powerful. But as we have discussed again and again, there is a very important square which black gets, and it is g4. This g4, the bishop coming to g4 is going to be very, very helpful. Let's say you go a move knight e5, saying that I have controlled over here. There comes a tempo, and now when you go queen f3, attacking h5, black is jumping with boom bam, with a check to the king, and the whole situation, in spite of the king being on h8, just look at this. Even if you open the h file, this one looks pretty ugly, and black is having all the time to transfer his king nicely. So this one, actually the move h5, I'm sure it's kind of shaken a bit. Arjun is shaken a bit here, because intuitively does feel that h5 is weakening for black when there are no pieces also on these squares. But he's played it, and he's got a successful h5. So Sindarov right on track over there, playing really well, making it very hard for Arjun to continue with an amazing attack. Ooh, wow. Okay. So Francisco is asking, are they brothers? Nodirbek and Nodirbek. No, I don't think they're brothers. I mean, they are not brothers. But yeah, it's the bars. We will be changing the names, I think, in the next tournament. This has been quite a confusion for many of the people. But take care. Chalo. So this is the position. Arjun has a lot of work to do. This is not easy, but these are the kinds of positions which Arjun loves. He loves these this kind of a craziness, the imbalance, the possibilities of creativity on the board. And he's going to think, I think what he's going to do is to maybe push the pawn to g5, saying that your bishop on e7 is not doing much, and from here he might continue, maybe even brings the king back later, looks at f5 ideas for the future. So that's what maybe he will do. Time to move to Praggnanandhaa's game. Praggnanandhaa versus Rapport. There we have on the screen here. So yeah, what was the opening? They also had a d4, knight f6, c4, Yeah. Wait a second. I think I completely... Yeah. So they also had a f3. Oh, guys, what is the name of this opening? नाम क्या है बताओ. Let's see how many of you know this. f3, bishop g7, and he goes e4. Oops, sorry. Actually, Grunfeld. So this one is... Leachers is calling it anti-Grunfeld, a Lekhine variation. Not sure if that's the name, but f3, because many times in Nimzo it is also Samish, so that can be confusing. e4, d6, and it does give a King's Indian vibe now. Queen d2, b5 has been played, and look at Pragg. Is he going to long castle? Oh yes, he's saying that I am again going to look at this hook which you have created, which is g6, which is very similar, which was very similar in Arjun's game as well, where there was this pawn on g6, and Pragg has gone h4. And look at this, h5 immediately by Richard also. Nobody wants h5, you know, h5 is kind of defending and all of that. King's Indian Samish variation. Okay, got it. Here, one question to you. Any guesses? All those who have not seen Pragg's move. Next move, what did Pragg play? Okay, there have been very few games, but I don't think any game between top player has happened. And here Pragg makes a move which could be like shocking. Oh, Beloglavi soup. Arey, kya baat hai? Absolutely long castle. He's simply long castling. Even if this pawn has reached b5, even if black is opening the queen side, he's not worried about it. And he is saying that I am going to attack you again. Again, the center is right now not yet set, but it's definitely not open. And that's where Pragg has long castled. e5 played by Richard. He goes in the center. Lily says, I was feeling bad for Rapport yesterday. Not today. आज Pragg का return होना चाहिए. Yes, Lily. I think Richard lost yesterday with whom? I completely forgot. But d5, Pragg says, let me keep the center closed. If you look at it, this is closed, directed over here. Knight goes to b6, and white has space advantage clearly in the center. You can feel it, you can see it, and that's one of the very key thing. Also, development is decent, but look at this move, bishop b6, a very important move, because this knight is attacking c4, and you don't want to take on b5. It would be, oh, maybe not even this, maybe an intermezzo. Knight will jump to c4, pick up this e3 bishop, and black would be very happy to take this bishop. So that's why he took the knight, and this way bishop takes b6, cb6, where the pawn has been called on the b file. So this file is closed. So in future also no threats on the b2 guy. Yes, you've got the c file open, but as we know, one of the most prophylactic move for white in general is king b1. After long castle, king b1 happens all the time. Yeah, so that should be fine. Lily says Nodirbek is beating Nodirbek. Oh really? We will go there. Actually, which Nodirbek is better? I have to guess. Abdusattorov I would guess, because he is leading the tournament. And that's where I would guess that. And then c takes b5 was played by Pragg. A takes b5. Wow, they played a lot of moves. In fact, we'll quickly try to reach the live position. Just a moment. Yeah. King b1. Look at this. cb5, ab5. The a file is open, but in return, it's. I think Pragg is also prepared and kind of is very well aware of the ideas in general. So this file he's allowed to open. But the thing is, he's saying that normally your queen can go to a5. Normally there can be pressure on c3. But in this scenario, it's a special one. Yes, you have the open file, but my king is enough to defend. my knights are well placed. Yes, you might kick my knight away, but you cannot extend more attack on this a2. Your bishop cannot reach here. This bishop, if you look at the light square bishop, just look at it. Covered, covered. This is covered. This is covered. Even if you come anywhere here, this is covered. At the end of it, for this bishop, for now, it seems like nothing is clear in life, guys. Everything seems very uncertain. So Pragg is doing that. b4 played, kicking the knight away. The knight goes to b5. And now, now b4 is attacked. And yeah, white should be okay to capture it. It should be completely fine that you can win the pawn. But here black played a move. Black played a tactical idea. Oh, wow. Okay, any guesses, guys? What did Richard Rapport play here? Arjun's game. We will go over there. But what did he play? Very interesting move. A tactical shot. I don't know if you... Yeah. We've got Parva who found it. Knight takes d5. What is this move? Knight d5. He's giving a free piece or what? ed5 and queen d5 are the two options. But if you take queen d5, then what we were talking about, the open file, and the bishop coming to e6 over here, this one would become very, very deadly with the check. And now you can feel the weak king is weak, because if you go to the c file, there will be check over here. Here there will be discourse and all the threats. So ed5 was played by Praggnanandhaa. He's in control. Bishop f5 check. The bishop pops in and, tries to create a square for himself. King goes to a1. Was very important. Obviously, you can't go here. It will be mated. So king goes here. Rook a4 played. He defends the b4 pawn and he says, not so easy. Bro, I'm not going to give you that. Knight goes to c1. Very nicely defending the pawn here. Also taking care of some b3 ideas. Queen d7. Yes, but this one is well defended. Bishop c4, another defender for the a2 pawn, and also the b3. You are in fact going to kick this bishop away very soon, but not immediately, because b5 would be hanging. Rook goes to c8, Pragg goes queen e2. Now this would be a big blunder because of queen takes b5, queen e2, and the pawn pushes itself. It's a sacrifice to open the bishop. That is the compensation you get for the pawn. But for now, even if you take here, the problem is, there's a big problem. He did not take here. Just last two moves, we are almost at the position. But if Pragg would have taken here, what was the tactical idea by Richard Rapport? The only idea, black to play, guys. Can you find it? Let's see how many of you can find it. And it's not easy. I can tell you it is not at all easy. So think. Socho thoda. What is an intermezzo? Intermezzo is basically, whatever is a natural course of calculation. Like we think takes. But beech mein, in between there comes a move which you're not thinking about suddenly. So that move is generally some kind of a threat, check, capture, that kind of a thing. So उस हिसाब से इंटरमिंजो, कबाब में हड्डी इज द इंटरमिंजो. अब आया समझ में. What is prophylactic? Of course you know that, Polly. Been watching the streams for so long, so nice joke. Okay, so many of you have suggested a move which is the most natural idea, but only one line has set the right move in Aditya now, which is b3. This is the right move. You are actually attacking this. If you go, okay, this is tactical, we'll come back here, but bishop g4, you feel like you're winning material. फील हो रहा है, लग रहा है वैसा, नेचुरल है. दिस इज हाउ वी थिंक, दिस इज हाउ द कन्वेंशनल अप्रोच. बट द क्वीन मूव्स नाउ. यू वांट टू टेक द मटेरियल, प्लीज गो अहेड, मार दो. rook takes d1 and look at the position here. If you look at the position, white has great compensation because sorry, not even compensation in a way, because there is bishop for the bishop, rook for the rook, and I have two knights for this rook. Two knights for the rook. Pawns are equal, but these two knights in this situation are better than the rook. So that is what has to be assessed, that without this bishop it's becoming difficult. Just a moment, guys. Ooh, okay, guys, very sorry for that. There's somebody at the door, but we were looking at this position, and then two knights are better than the rook, and this assessment becomes very critical because it is not an easy one. So now going back to the question, that what was the e4? If you take here, what was Richard's idea? And that was b3, because here यहाँ पे तो pin है. Okay, and you can't take here because this is hanging, and if you take bishop takes b3, then comes in this rook, which is amazingly shifting to e4 here, attacking the queen, and these bishops are deadly, and your black's pieces are way active. In fact, yeah, the attack will continue because next move rook b4, this will be attacked. Okay, the attack will continue for black, so that would have been risky, but Pragg very alert. He goes bishop b3 over here. What should he have played though? Because the engine is not very supportive of this, but it is like a natural move. Engine suggested rook h1. Not an easy move, but let's look at what Pragg played. Bishop b3. Now e takes f3. This is the intermezzo that normally you would consider, oh, the rook is attacked, the rook will go back, and so on. Let's say the rook goes back to 8, and then white is going to play. White has to find a move like fe4 and so on. But e takes f3, बीच में से आया. This is suddenly, like, you have to first answer this move. You know, you have to reply. You can't take bishop a4 because there's something more urgent to take care of in an intermezzo, and that's why they are usually shockers. So e takes f3 was played. Pragg took g takes f3. Yes, this file is open, but very nicely protected, so nothing to worry. And now Richard goes back rook a5. Right now the knight on b5 is attacked. Knight has to move, and if you look at the position, this looks like the only square. So Pragg is going to go knight d4, and oh my god. And for black, good move here. Actually, still some advantage for Richard. But if he finds the next move, he will have to, and that's why he's gone rook a5. What is the only move here for black to play, guys? All those who've joined the stream, like karo. It's gonna be a fun day. We have to see if Arjun can become world number 3, also can go to the lead if at all he manages to win. Roger says this is like tuning into your own chess tutor every night. If I wasn't married with children, I would be watching this every night and improving my chess knowledge. Thanks for your insights, Amruta. Arey. But it's great that you're married, and maybe your children can also learn chess, Roger. That seems like a great family activity there. Rook c1. Well done. Solid. Super. Rook c1, and what we call this is deflection. If rook takes c1, then comes in bishop d4. And now, suddenly, if you look at the position, rook for a rook, bishop for a bishop. Yes, black is an exchange down, but with a lot of compensation there. Super compensation because of these deadly bishops. So, also this pawn, look at the bishop, the activity. Bishops are meant to be, like free, like flying, not like in the cage. This right now is giving that feel to this b3 bishop. So this is not going to be easy for Pragg. Pragg has to really defend very well. He's down to 38 minutes. We are at move number 22nd, and we'll come back here for the moment because Arjun's game, something had happened, and that's what the chat was mentioning. Too many things have happened. Yeah, actually after h5, king h8, king f2, h5, we saw this. Knight e5 was played directly by Arjun. So he rejected g5, he rejected gh5, all these moves which we're looking at, he rejected them. And then he went knight e5. I do like this move because just look at it. No, it feels like you're maintaining tension. And this is what top players are good at, that maintaining tension. And यहाँ पे it feels like anytime some sacrifice could come. Also, why would you open this file and ask him to go rook g8 as a tempo? So bishop takes g4, knight takes g4. Ooh, but what was the... Yeah, in fact, Sindarov could have captured the pawn on h4. Bishop takes h4, king e2. You know what? Over here, imagine h takes g4 and rook h1. Now just look at the position. The bar says that black is better here because he is able to get out of the pin. This is what the bar says, that black is better. But if you look at the position for a moment and stare at it, you feel that, oh, kya hi rook hai? What a knight this is. And this bishop over here with all the pressure on g6, too good. Maza aa raha hai. White, you just feel like you enjoy this position for white. And that's where it was not easy to assess this, guys. Like, it is so much better for black. I couldn't have done that at all. And that's where Arjun also loves such a position. So he's going into it, allowing bishop h4. It is something which makes the human mind very different than what the engine is recommending. Engine doesn't have that tension. Emotion ही नहीं है engine के अंदर, correct? But we have emotions, and here you have the emotion of love for, attacking like this towards the black king. So यहाँ पे that is the reason what Javokhir Sindarov said is, I also have some fear. I am not going to let you attack like this. Bishop takes g4, knight takes g4, h takes g4 was played again and again. There is this intermezzo every single time where it's a possibility, but once you have understood the essence that rook h1 aayega, h file will get open. You've understood that. So you're not attracted to winning that pawn. hg4, queen g4, and still Javokhir rejects winning this pawn. He goes queen c8 and he's like, bhai, queen exchange kar lo. I don't want this pressure of this attack. Nahi chahiye queens on the board. That's what he does. But Arjun is like, yaar, I'm gonna continue with the attack. ऐसे कैसे नहीं, गांधीवम. कृष्णा ने बोला है कि जाना है वॉर पे. So यहाँ पे Arjun goes back to g2 and says, this slight edge, I don't care about it. I don't care because I know that your king is under pressure. So that's how he's doing this. In fact, there was another very, very interesting move which could have created some complications. Even I am trying to look at it, but this is what the engine did suggest. f5, completely breaking it open, exploding, allowing knight f5 here, bishop f5, but it leads to queen exchange. And though this slight edge because of the king, no, but Arjun was clear कि queen नहीं exchange करना है. Queen goes to e6, and continuing with your idea, rook h1. Since the pawn came to h4, it has been looking at कि मेरे को जिंदगी में आगे बढ़ना है. And everybody is trying to support, especially since a long time. I would say h4 was played on move number 17, and now finally it is getting some justice to this move. Rook h1, rook e8 is played, and Arjun says rook jao. I am not pushing the pawn to h5 yet because I understand your little tricks and traps. So what is the trap which Javokhir Sindarov had set on Arjun? If Arjun would have pushed the pawn, black to player. Lily says, I'm at the airport, about to board a flight. By the time I will have internet back. Hope all Indian bars will be favorable. Oh, Lily, happy journey. Whoa, where are you flying? Are you going to play a tournament? Oh yes, Dhruv is saying, guys, support Help Chess with whatever you can if you're able to. And in the meantime, I would like to just read out the top fans which the YouTube gives. On number 1, we have Krishna Lahoti, 150 XP points. Number 2, we have Beloglavi Soup on 100 XP points. And number 3, we have Dhruv on 75 XP points. Awesome. Don't know what the algorithm, how it works, but still, it's something interesting. Anytime something new is introduced, it's always fun. Bangalore to Pune. Oh, you from Pune? I am from Pune. So h5, the question was asked, and the chat has said bishop h4 check. Lovely there, you guys. Bishop h4, and that's a disco because the last move, rook e8. Though we would want to call it mysterious, but यहाँ पे बिल्कुल ही no mystery here. If you go rook takes h4, queen takes h3, boom bam हो जाता था. If king f1, queen d3 check, and you recover the piece, but also you've won the pawn, and also the king is gone. So rook h3 played, where Arjun defends the e3 pawn, also prepares for doubling the rook if required, and also keeps an eye on h5. He's like, no rush, no hurry. But a question is that after rook h3, सबसे पहले, yeah, I was also thinking about what if knight e4, which looks kind of a check, you want to consider it, knight e4. The thing is, with what will you capture? With the bishop or with the knight? A question to you. What's a good move? To capture it with the bishop or to capture it with the knight? Yes, you can also move the king. You can also go king e2, a very fine move. It's not like one move is a mistake or something, but yes, bishop. Most of you are saying bishop, which is interesting because the bishop was attacking until now. You loved it, and now you're ready to capture and get into, of course, you're winning a pawn, but you are happy with the bishop versus knight, and not the other way, where if you take, and bishop takes e4 over here, this position gives black much more possibilities because the knight was jumping to g5. I think this is the difference. Yeah, if you take, knight takes e4, and now if bishop b4, the knight jumps to g5 and is immediately joining the attack. A big force there, h5 blasting open. So beautiful understanding of which piece to exchange at the right time. Rook h3, knight f5 is played by Sindarov over here, and Arjun is down to 25 minutes. This is move number 24. 16 moves to make. Position is complex. Sindarov's time management has been amazing here with 36 minutes on the clock. And now he's raised a question that my knight over here is looking at both these weaknesses. One is the e3 pawn, which is on the open file and backward, because a backward pawn is generally supporting other pawns. It doesn't have support from any other pawns, nor it has a pawn on the adjacent side that way. So it's a clear-cut weakness. Yeah, on the open file, it's a clear-cut weakness, long-term one, until it is possible to push it or to resolve it. So knight f5 has been played, and you find this knight a little dangerous with this thing on h4 and e3, and you again don't have time for a move like h5 because bishop h4. So what black is essentially doing is to stop Arjun's threat. Yeah, again and again he's not giving time for Arjun to easily go h5, which was important. Let's see what Arjun will do, but I believe Arjun might consider taking the knight off from the board. And we have not got time to... Pragg is minus 3.5. Arvind Chithambaram's game, which we will come back... Oh, lot of things happened here in Arvind's game. He's playing with Vokhidov and he is slightly in trouble. Ooh, my god. Okay, so we'll come back here. Going to the game of Praggnanandhaa, I can't believe he is in such a huge trouble. Rook a5. Oh, he doesn't go knight d4. In any case, he had to go knight d4. It was essential to allow this takes bishop d4. And though black had great compensation, this was needed, because with bishop c4, what is happening is, if Richard Rapport, guys, if Richard Rapport finds the next move, the best move here, then Pragg is in huge trouble. Okay, what is the best move? Is it so easy? No, I wouldn't say yet he's completely losing. Not at all. I wouldn't say he's completely losing yet. Many of you are suggesting this move bishop c2. Okay, it is a move where you are going to consider because you are attacking the rook. And if queen takes c2, then there is rook b... Oh, rook b5 is a mistake, yeah? Not rook b5. Whoa. Okay. Not rook b5 because of what? Because of number of ways. You can just move the queen away and you can still say that you're a piece up without any problem. So not rook b5 but queen b5, because here if you take the queen, then after rook c2 there's a problem here, because this is attacked. If you go bishop d3, for example, rook b2 with the threats of rook b3, mate, absolutely a mate. Also a2 rook. Oh, there are too many threats here. So queen b5 would be a very critical move. And now if you move the queen, you're losing the c4 piece also. So bishop c2 is a very powerful move, which is, which can happen. That there can be a blind spot for both the players. At least Pragg, I think, has missed this move. Because if he would have seen this move, he would not go for it. Another thing, for bishop c2, maybe queen c2 is obviously not the best way to continue. But what else can you do? Like, can you go rook d2 and attack this bishop over here? And yes, the bishop will save itself and attack the b5 knight. Once again, the knight has to go back to d5, d4. And the rook comes to c5. Ooh, trouble here, trouble. And you would hate to play the move b3 and look at this diagonal. मतलब कोई chance ही नहीं है. Plus such ideas. Now you know the power of double pawns. They're so happy that we say now the pawn can't go back. But double pawns mein there is an advantage. There's another pawn which can, help to cover the squares. Crazy, crazy. Yeah, today's day is very, very difficult right now, until now, for Indians. And Richard Rapport finds this move bishop c2. Oh my god. To go full screen here, Pragg is not on the board, but bishop c2. I'm really wondering what is going to be Pragg's reaction here. Did he completely miss this move? Is he going to play very quickly? Was it anything related with the assessment? He's back at the board. Definitely Pragg is in trouble. But Rapport, very alert, yeah, very, very alert. Yeah, Ambani says obviously it's Rapport, the master of tricks, but we've seen even yesterday Pragg defending tenaciously, and today, right now, if he's looking at a position, it does feel that he's missed this move. Yeah. Now there's trouble incoming here. Trouble incoming for Pragg with the white pieces. The long castle move has not yet blessed him so much, but to understand this more, maybe the best way to continue is to keep the rooks on the last rank, so that with the same idea of bishop a4, when this is attacked, oh, this time you don't even have knight d. Crazy, crazy, guys. Pragg is in complete trouble. Let's see what he can find out here, at least to, make it as much difficult for Richard. His advantage, according to the engine, is minus 2.23, something like that, which is very, very possible to fight, to go on with this fight. But he'll have to really give it a great time and effort. 26 minutes on the clock, 24 minutes for Richard. देखते हैं क्या होएगा. Quickly going to Arvind Chithambaram's game, because we have not managed to see this. Currently, this is the position. Bishop f3 was the last move. Knight g8 ko bishop f3. Knight went to f6. And look at black's pieces here. They all look very active. And for white, these look a little passive. The pawn on h4 also looking at, constantly giving some threats. E3 also under some kind of pressure. In general, the position, the center, the nature of the center is closed. But also d5 break is out of question. If at all in future, d4 for white should be there. But pawns are equal, and because of the piece activity, maybe Vokhidov has some slight edge. Though the position is highly possible for Arvind to play well and to defend and to equalize. Yeah, it's minus 0.4, which is okay. Just has to be a little careful against the king and his pieces. So, yeah, that's the scene here. And Arjun, what is he doing? Arjun is better. Whoa, that's a great news which we have. Arjun is better here. Last move after rook h1, knight f5, he did not take the knight. He did not get scared of the knight's pressure on these 2 points. King g7 was played. Wow, what a move. What a, calm move. Knight d1 looks so passive, but the knight is saying that knight for a knight, like an eye for an eye. He defends the e3 with the knight and freezes h3 rook over here. Knight takes h4. The pawn at some point was supposed to be captured, but this moment was not the right one. This moment was the time to break in the center, which Sindarov did not find. He took the pawn, and Arjun takes the knight because he's getting 2 pieces for the rook over here. So the assessment of 2 pieces for the rook for Sindarov is like, oh, well, it's not just 2 pieces, but your king is also weak and I've got this pawn. So Sindarov thinks this is favoring him. Let's look at a full screen. I'm very surprised that this position Sindarov is considering good for him. Let's try to understand. There he is standing near the board. Guys, how much ever anyone has a troublesome position, remember this. When you keep fighting till the end, so many things change. Yeah, so many. So, ये तो होते रहता है. But in this game, where Sindarov has consciously entered into 2 pieces versus rook, where that is generally the last thing you want to do. The reason is he believes this king is weak. Wow. Insane. So Arjun, Very happy with this position. It's a slow and steady progress is gonna do here. King goes to e2. Oh look, guys, one moment. Lots of things happening, and the position is going tougher and tougher. What we need is a grandmaster to help us.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, Arshid bhai. How are you,
Amrita,
man?
कैसी है? I'm doing well. I just woke up.
अरे उप्स सो सॉरी क्या किया मैंने तुमको गायब कर दिया यू वोक अप व्हाट इज द टाइम देयर
It's 5:50 a.m. here.
अरे इतना जल्दी हैव यू एवर वोकन अप सो अर्ली इवन टू स्टडी अर्शद भाई
Yeah, no, I'm recently waking up very early, Amruta.
हाँ
But today is a big day actually. Because I just saw that if Arjun wins, he's going to be world number three.
exactly very big game for Arjun and you are at the right time guys Harshit Raja in the chat Raja OP Raja GOP I think after Uzbek after your commentary in Stefan Avagyan people had
Yes.
something they were calling you Raja Ji so can you right now explain to us what is happening and why do you think Sindarov entered this two pieces for rook
Yeah, I mean, I just saw that you were explaining that what he took on h4 at some point,
here
allowing white to get two pieces, which is usually considered to be quite good for white. And white also has this idea of going f5 at some point. So this seems very promising for white. So rook h8, king e2, and that's why Sindarov realizes that he has to trade the queens because with queens on the board, Arjun would have been very, very, tricky. That's why queens are off the board. With the queens being off the board, it's a bit difficult for white to win, but for sure Arjun is a favorite.
but this is not that easy yeah, to convert
It's not that easy. Somehow black does not have a weakness. We need to create a weakness. Maybe a4, b4, b5. This idea, very typical minority attack could be an idea.
oh that's true what you say that there is no clear weakness and for black even he can try to create a passer here
Yeah, maybe black will try to go at. No, I think black will just try to be solid, Amruta. Because if black tries to create a passer,
huh?
he'll. I mean, f6, g5, for example, if he tries to push,
Okay, let's
then
F6.
after. Yeah, that's a
Oh,
somehow
right now,
your.
yeah, right now the rook is at it. Sorry.
Let's say rook h2.
Rook
Yeah, rook
H.
g3.
Yeah.
And now king f3,
Hmm.
f6. It somehow I feel creates a like g5 would be a weakness, I feel somehow.
Oh, yeah, because you will bring your king and the two pieces where you will win
Exactly.
the pawn. Got it, got
Yeah.
it. Interesting. So this one is, but only very less pieces, and until now, as you say, ki white doesn't have a clear weakness. So maybe
Hmm.
if it goes into a draw, then I don't think Arjun gets any. Like Arjun might lose very little points, not too much.
And it's still, yeah, draw is a fine result, but for sure it's rook g3.
You know,
What an
he played a
interesting
very
move.
good move. That's what the engines were suggesting because I think when you mentioned King F3, that is what he
Yeah.
stops.
Yeah, but now king f1 is also not possible because the e3 pawn is hanging. So this is a very nice defensive setup. But I'm thinking, can I push f5 here, Amruta? Just try to break open the position.
Ooh, F5. Okay, if I take, then you are very happy, yeah?
I'm very happy. Yeah.
GF5,
And
Bishop
he
F5.
what
Right.
does he play? He's played a move.
He
Arjun
played
just played
E4.
e4.
ये कहाँ से
Wow.
आ गया?
He's like Hodina ko tabla.
I really want to see him on full screen. We have
Yeah.
some nice cameras here, by the way. Yeah. How does he feel to you? Like very relaxed or like looking already at a draw? क्या लग रहा है?
I mean, he gets up from his chair. His opponent has slightly more time than him. Sindarov has 35 minutes compared to 19 minutes for Arjun. But as I said, I mean, Arjun is playing without risk with two pieces against a rook in this endgame. He is definitely playing without risk in this position.
Okay, so this will be either equal, like, or better for white at the end of it. But
Yeah.
I
Mhm.
am guessing Arjun is not at all in any danger. That is for sure, which is also good.
That's very
So,
true.
so one thing I want to take you to Prague's game because it was craziness happening there. मतलब इतना ज़्यादा crazy that
Oh,
I cannot
oh
tell
my
you
God.
how amazing even Richard has managed to play.
Amruta, I mean, I've never seen Praggnanandhaa get into any trouble since the last, in any position in the last 1, 2 months. Yesterday, Maghsoodloo, I mean, defeated Pragg after I think it was his loss after a very long time. And today, with the white pieces, he's again having a very tough position. This is actually, like, maybe the momentum is going against Praggnanandhaa right now.
Yeah, but Richard managed to find some amazing moves, and their opening was super interesting. You have seen so many Praggnanandhaa games very recently. You've been commentating on everything,
B5.
and
What
look
a
at
move.
B5, H4, all of this opening. Some games were played not among 2400s and all, but not very much on the top level. But look at this Pragg long castle, and here he went King B1, and look at the alertness of Rapport. You know what he played with the black pieces here? He was so
Mm.
alert. I mean, this was a very critical moment which he found an amazing move to not
Knight?
be in trouble.
No idea.
Knight, yes, knight.
I mean, I know that he is down a piece, so he sacrificed something. Oh my goodness.
Look at
Knight
this.
takes e5.
Yeah, just
Bishop
before that, this
f5.
bishop comes on f5. Nothing immediately happening, giving a piece over there.
He's given up a piece for just one pawn. A queen is and rook f8 is coming. Wow. Bishop c4, rook c8,
Queen
queen e2.
e2, very important move. E4, क्या combination है यार. Richard
Murtha,
was
like I think we have been forgetting that Richard Rapport is one of the most creative players that chess has, and I think this game is just showing why.
absolutely no knight d5, and after that every single move Richard is playing so good. Like Pragg had to find only moves, yeah. Like even over
Yeah.
here, he has to be very careful. Find moves like either go rook e1 and ignore something like this, which is
No, but too
not
much pressure,
easy.
Amrita. Too much pressure on White's position. Bishop b3, rook a5 played. No, he first took on f3,
Yeah,
g
gf3, rook
takes, and
a5.
now rook a5,
And now here
attacking the knight
it
on
was
c5.
important to go knight d4. But again, Harshit, he had to allow rook c1, bishop d4, and to
Yeah, which
assess
is,
this. But still, this was the best way to enter. One rook is
by the way,
exchanged.
what if bishop d1 here?
Here,
Or like bishop c4, bishop c4. What if bishop c4? Guys, why is this? Okay, no, bishop c4 doesn't highlight it because I wanted to show this variation that if the bishop moves to d1,
mhm.
suddenly something like rook takes a2 or something, some sacrifice like this can happen.
Yeah,
And
it is in the air. Actually speaking, you're right. For rook a2, there is one move with black which is so powerful here. Black to play. Guys, find a
mhm,
best move. बहुत सारे
yeah,
moves will
black
be
to
good for
play.
you, but best move क्या है?
What a nice question. क्योंकि मुझे भी पता नहीं है, but I think now I
But
think
guys, Harshit Raja over there waking up at 5:30 in the morning right now. Nice sunrise, coming there. हमको भी दिख रहा है US का sunrise वहां से. So, Harshit, मजा आ रहा है यार. Thanks for joining today actually.
no, I mean, I didn't join this event. I always wanted to join. So I thought that instead of saying one day, I will say day one.
Wow. What is the chat saying? No, no, the chat has not yet
No one
found
has
a
found
move.
it yet.
Guys, Queen
क्वीन
A4 क्या
A4
बोल रहे हो? Blunder
क्या
कर
बोल
रहे
रहे
हो?
भाई?
मेरे
मॉर्निंग यहाँ
जैसे.
पे भाई, उठो.
Oh, yes, you found it. And one person, Prath
Yeah,
has
maybe
found, Krishna
B5
has
or what?
found. B5 is a good move. It's actually the second best move. But the best move here on the A file, guys. Yes. Queen A7.
Wow.
Queen
Oh,
A7 and
wow. If bishop B3 can, guys, black to play and boom, bam, finish it
हाँ अभी
off.
बूम बम करो. In the meantime, Nightbot is saying, दोस्तों, don't forget to like and subscribe.
Yes. Nobody lol says, I just joined. And can someone explain what happened? What happened was Richard sacrificed a piece in a very crazy fashion, and somehow he has just dynamically outplayed Praggnanandhaa in this game, actually.
Yeah, no, Richard's style of play, like it's very different, very elegant. Yes, रुके टू.
Rook A2. Wow.
हर्षित भाई का बूम बाम आ गया है इधर. बिशप
Bishop
A2.
takes B3.
Done
And
and
Queen A2
dusted.
is unstoppable next. This was a really nice combination. And that's why Bishop cannot move from B3. Praggnanandhaa did not go knight D4.
Yeah, here he should have continued in this fashion, which was also not easy. There was a lot of pressure, but this next move which he made really, I think, made his position very troublesome, because look at
Bishop
Bishop C2,
C2.
man. This is a move anyone can miss, right, Harshit? Like, just a free bishop again. And even if you take, like, you know what I thought? Okay, if I take here, I'll take rook b5, and then it's a blunder because white
It's a
was already a
blunder.
piece up.
Yeah.
So you just move your queen and you say you are good to go.
Mhm.
But the move was bishop c2, queen c2, and you take with the queen.
You take with the queen, bishop takes, and then you take the queen on C2. Then the B2 pawn is hanging, the bishop on B5 is hanging, and just too much pressure on the white king there on A1. That's why after bishop C2, Praggnanandhaa, I think, moved his rook
Rook
somewhere.
d2. He went rook d2 because I think he wanted. We were looking at the move rook d e1 also, but then it takes away the knight d4 square. So यहाँ
Yeah.
पे bishop a4. Now the knight is attacked, and yeah,
Uh-huh.
big trouble.
No, this is not easy for Prag. The knight on B5 is hanging. Let's see if he goes knight D4. That's what he
Only one.
plays.
Harshit bhai, what's a good move for black here?
4. Knight D4 just played on the board right now.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time to like just put pressure on the A file somehow. Oh, also, I see rook A C5 because of the bishop moves. Rook takes C1 is coming.
Oh yes, exactly. This is so forcing. You attacked है, you can't move this. And how should, like, it's also a move which you won't miss because it's a threat.
No, the rook C5 is easy. If B3,
Hmm?
I mean, if B3 here, then B5 can be
Yes,
very powerful. My
only
goodness.
like crushing move, only crushing move. Otherwise, white would still be okay.
And look at Richard there. He comes back on his chair. He has 22 minutes to find. Immediately played rook C5, Amruta. Look at the speed.
This is one of the best game I think Richard has played. And hello,
Yes, yes, yes.
am I back
Yeah.
on the stream? Because my internet got disconnected. The other one.
Mhm.
I hope this is working, but the cameras. Wait a second.
I think it's working now. Back, you're back.
Oh yes, guys, my internet had got disconnected, but the video, let me just see, the video is stuck a bit. अच्छा हाँ, ये वाला आ गया वापस. Oops. ये वाला भी आ गया वापस. Okay.
Yeah, and we have some more moves on the board actually.
Yeah, knight c6. He took bishop takes c6. This was important
Mm-hmm.
for Pragg to play, by the way. Knight c6, bishop c6, and now.
And now knight b3.
Wow, what
He
a
gave up a
defense.
piece
In fact,
that
he plays
he's
the best
trying.
move, yeah, Harshit? Best move, the
Wow.
engine.
No, I mean, he's trying to hold on by all his grit right now, but I don't know if it's going to be enough right now.
What will you play? How will you continue here?
I mean, I think even if black sacrifice an exchange is better, like let's say a move like bishop a4, just to highlight it, I think black is still just doing really
Yeah.
well. Knight c5 will just take back with the rook on c5, and just the bishop on g7 is a monster bishop there. It's not a bishop, Amruta.
It
It's a
is your
rocket there.
rocket. Exactly. And
Actually,
so
the
much
bishop.
power in this bishop that he is not even caring about a piece, one piece, exchange, essay, yeah? Just.
ऐसे ही दे दिया अमृता. Actually, many people who play Sicilian call that bishop on g7 the dragon bishop.
Mm, that's the feel. Absolutely, that's the feel. Also, but in King's Indian, the bishop is not as powerful, right? Normally, because white also doesn't long castle
Yeah,
very
white also
nice.
has a dark
Mm.
squared bishop on e3. But now that there is no dark squared bishop for white on e3, the bishop on g7 cannot be tamed. It's
Mm.
like that movie, How to Train Your Dragon. You cannot train that dragon bishop on g7. It's just too strong.
Oh, is the movie good? I've not seen it.
It's a very good movie, actually.
Oh, and do you play after watching the movie? Can people play better Sicilian Dragon?
No, no,
Nothing to do with chess, yeah?
nothing to do
एक
with
सीन
chess.
तो ले लेते हैं यार ड्रैगन का ड्रैगन हो सिसिलियन ड्रैगन guys how many in the chat play Sicilian dragon with the black pieces and Harshit have you ever played Sicilian dragon?
Yeah, actually, I've played Sicilian Dragon myself. It's
Mm-hmm.
a very dynamic opening. Arjun is someone who has played Sicilian Dragon quite extensively as black.
Oh, nice. Even the Chinese dragon. Me,
Yeah.
accelerated. Okay, lovely. So knight b3 has been played by Pragg, and here a good move for black. Bishop a4 is one which Harshit mentioned. Very good move, and you can also sacrifice your exchange
He
in
takes c4 or
this
what?
fashion.
Hmm.
Absolutely. Queen takes c4, and now the bishop can move to b5.
But now somehow it's not that easy to figure this out. Oh, Queen b4. Guys, black to play. What can you play in this position, Amruta? Maybe Bishop c4 is possible. Who knows? Maybe Bishop
Bishop
h6
B.
attacking the rook
Rook
on
A8
d2.
I like more because
Rook
of.
a8 you like.
Let's see what the chat has to choose. Guys, क्या खेलोगे यहाँ पे? Chat is like, यार, we're
Wow,
not
Siddharth Joshi,
idiots.
Asha Sharma, Zodiac, all finding the best moves. Exactly. Exactly, guys. Krishna Gupta, Arnav the pianist, all of you finding the idea. Rook to c4, the queen has to go to a3, and then just going rook to a4, trapping that queen on a3.
This is crazy, crazy play by Richard. I mean, no matter what, I'm impressed with his chess. You know, it's a delight to watch chess, such chess. And but I'm hoping Pragg to make a comeback. Yesterday with Maghsoodloo, he did that. He'd almost done that. Only
Almost
towards
did
the
that,
end,
yeah.
kind of again missed it. But knight b3 on the board. Can we quickly have a look at Arjun's game if there is any
Arjun's
progress
game.
there?
Let's take a look. Guys, do like the stream, Patapat. We have 4 Indians playing in this tournament. 3 Indians,
Yeah.
sorry. Arjun is playing, Pragg is playing, and Arvind is playing. Just amazing to have all of the Indians, top Indians participating in this UzChess Cup chess event. Arjun here trying to win this game to become world number 3, but Sindarov is holding on.
Yeah, I mean, if with the white pieces, if Sindaro manages to hold Arjun, that's a
It's a
great
good
thing.
result for him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
takes, g5, everything is dissolving.
Rook h5, king e3, and that's the thing, Amruta. Symbolically, white should be slightly better, but with this less material on the board, I have a feeling Sindarov might be able to hold this because he does not have any weakness in his position.
Does that mean, Harshil, that when Sindarov decided to go for knight h4, he was actually understanding that it is going towards equality? And he also says that, okay, I don't want to, I could create play with c5 and keep the position complex, but I would rather settle for a draw.
Against Arjun, you don't want any complications, Amruta. He chose to go for this endgame, and I think it was a good practical decision.
Wow. Oh, I got some hope, I got to hope that, oh, two pieces for Rook, Arjun is better, and today's game maybe becomes world number three. But Javokhir, guys, really playing very, very powerful chess there.
By the way, Amruta, did they make a mistake? Why is Nodirbek playing Nodirbek?
No! Yeah, time to just have a look. What? You know what, Harshit? Actually, I thought that Yakubboev would be black because Abdusattorov is leading the tournament. He's playing
Yes.
amazing chess, so he must be in better position. But not really.
Actually, Yakubboev Nodirbek is winning against
What?
Abdusattorov Nodirbek. Yakubboev also defeated Abdusattorov in the tie breaks in Qatar Masters, which was a huge upset.
Yes. Oh, yes, that's a good reminder. And this would be another big twist because Abdusattorov as a leader, if he loses this game, फिर तो टूर्नामेंट और ओपन ही हो रहा है बट याकूबोव का ये डू यू कॉल दिस विनिंग और व्हाट वुड यू से
I
लाइक
mean, he's a pawn up. It seems like a healthy pawn up because rook b8, I'm just going to go rook to a5. I'm going to go bishop c5, bishop d4 next. And this just, I don't see why white should not be winning, Amruta.
and if I go knight d5 you're going bishop c5
Bishop
yeah
c5,
knight
and yeah, just
c3
3
you
b6.
wouldn't yeah
b6.
b6 is
Push karo. Knight
hmm.
d5. Yeah.
Also, normally, like if you're a pawn up, many times it would be ulta. Like you have the knight, the opponent has a bishop, and but here you also have the bishop, which is considered better.
Definitely.
Ah, so Yakubov almost like technically winning. Yeah, this can be called as
Yeah. So the
technically winning for white.
Like the lower rated Yakubboev is winning against Abdusattorov. Big result potentially for him. Let's quickly also check what's happening in Arvind's game, who's playing against Vakhidov, Shamsiddin, and Shamsiddin has these two knights on h5, g4. White has two bishops, but the position is closed, and that's why maybe black having a slightly upper hand.
Yeah, it feels like when the center is closed, everything feels like a lot of gitchmid, congested.
It's mid.
Yes, if anybody Marathi, Gujarati, I don't know, it's not a Hindi word, but yeah. Do you think black has like realistic chances?
Again, black is slightly better, but white does not have any big weaknesses just yet. The problem is that black's pieces are much superior than white's, and he also has one break. Black has this f5 break, whereas white does not have any breaks.
Hmm. Yeah,
I mean,
and
d4
you've
is
seen a lot of Arvind, right? And Stephen also. So
yeah,
what would you say? Like there were a number of times I think he was able to defend difficult positions.
he actually got into difficult positions very rarely. Only once he got into a difficult position against Sam Sevian, which he managed to defend quite well. And here he has already, and in Stepan he didn't lose any game. Here, Arvind has lost one game
Hmm.
already. And with the white pieces, this is definitely slightly unpleasant, but I don't think it's big trouble yet.
Oh. Okay, so Arvind will be able to defend. Let's consider that for now. And I
Hmm.
think as of now, Pragg's game is going super crazy. So that's something where we have to make sure that.
Yeah, let's be on this game because after knight b3, he chose to go for this variation. Rook
Yeah,
takes c4, bishop b5. He found it. Queen e4,
bishops.
bishop c4.
He's finding all the best moves, Harshit.
Yeah, he's finding the best moves. I don't know if Pragg will be able to save this.
Yeah, he's down to 12 minutes and this is move number 29th. So another 11 moves to make.
Oh my God, if knight d4, then queen a7 Amruta, and then if you go b3, then bishop takes b3 is actually falling because everything
Two
is pinned.
pins. Oh, nice position for the theme of pin. Wow. Crazy, na? Two people are actually there defending, but
But you
dono.
still cannot take it, yeah.
Oh, what
So
will
bishop,
black do actually? White do here? Because, in fact,
rook c1 is a move that comes to my mind, but it does not work because bishop takes b3,
mhm,
rook
check.
takes c8,
Okay.
queen takes c8, and it feels like after ab3, white has dissolved all the pressure, but then just this queen c1 nasty check,
Yeah,
hitting
and
my
unfortunately, you could have gone back nicely. Everything still at least is fighting, but ये मर
रुक मर गया हाथी चला गया हाथी मेरा साथी ही नहीं है
गया. No, I'm very impressed with Richard's play today. There are, some moments when you cannot not appreciate the opponent's play.
yeah I mean you have to give credit where it's due. I mean with the black pieces against Praggnanandhaa, who has been very solid, very creative in the openings, but Richard also, if you remember, Richard is someone Praggnanandhaa does not have good results against. In Tata Steel, if you remember that game where Pragg was completely winning, and
Mm-hmm.
then he made these two big blunders, allowing Richard to win. That was
Oh,
also a game where Pragg was white. This is also a game where Pragg is white and is struggling against Richard. I think Richard is turning out to be Pragg's nemesis.
ooh, oh, that's a good point. You remember the Tata Steel one. I don't exactly remember the position, but yeah, maybe some psychology also playing here. Oh, but now once again, Richard has to find the best move. Which he has been doing, but still he needs to find a best
B5,
move.
no?
Yeah,
But b5 and your
because
bishop is
now
hanging.
also bishop b5, bishop b3 could tempt, but it's not giving the same effect because after ab3, like we were looking at this rook at that point of time, which was hanging. Now white is doing very well, so he won't
And
take.
guys, as a rule of thumb, it's important to remember that whenever you are material down and have initiative, try to not exchange pieces. Which is why b5, just supporting that bishop on c4, you're now going to move your rook from c8 to a8, putting pressure on that a2 pawn, which is going to be the most sensitive point for white right now.
And he plays it, yeah, he plays it.
Yeah, he goes for b5.
He not even taking any time.
Yeah, Richard is just feeling the position with his I mean this position suits him really well. Prague down to 10 minutes now, Amruta. How many moves does he have to make? I think
Yeah, this
11
is
moves.
30th move, so now he has to make 10 moves, and the position is pretty lost for obviously their level. But also,
Yes.
Richard, the way he's found so many moves, it doesn't feel like he's in that situation where he can make a mistake. Like, it's not like there have been some up and down and all that anytime.
Yeah,
Very
it was
stable
just
play by
one.
Richard.
He gets up from his chair there. Prague still thinking, can we find any tricks for Prague? Like, is there a way for Prague to somehow create some chances? I was thinking if we can push the pawn to g4, but pawn ही नहीं है g2 पे.
Okay, what if I just simply, you're gonna go rook 8, right? And you want to attack this.
Knight a5 looks very logical.
You want to attack the c4 bishop.
This seems super logical. I guess the problem is that this runs into b3 maybe?
b3 tempting can work, but there is even a better way to continue where black doesn't even care about this anymore.
Oh, because queen a7, knight c4, b3. Wow.
Yeah. So good. This
Wow.
calculation, like the intermezzo move, guys. Now you can't go knight a3. This is hanging.
Because the rook is falling, and you cannot defend the a2 pawn without losing the rook on c2, and black is just utterly winning here. And that's why after b5 and rook a8 or queen a7 being the next move for black, yeah, look at Pragg. I think he realizes it. He just takes a, like, he takes a deep breath there, realizing that, he doesn't really have any defense. These last two games for Pragg have been very difficult, Amruta. So far, he was so convincing, he was winning games left and right, and we were all thinking that maybe he's going to go to 2800 soon. But at this level, you cannot underestimate your opponents as well, because they are like, everyone is capable of beating anyone.
Yeah, this one is the right thing which you said. That ऐसा फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है कि if today they are winning, Arjun today can become world number 3, but suddenly your opponent is like, okay, wait, you might be white, I am
मैं भी
holding
पढ़
you.
सकता हूँ.
हाँ. Why not? Harshit, bye. Come on, we
नहीं
will
नहीं, I mean,
support
I
you.
didn't say me, I was saying from their perspective. Bye bye.
Oh God, but here Pragg needs to go knight c1 still, like to not make it over immediately. He still needs to keep the knight on c1
Mm-hmm.
and queen a7. Suppose he needs this king to get out.
Oh,
Very
he
very
plays knight
critical.
c1.
And
He
if
plays it.
oh, he plays it. Now look, now if rook a8, this does look tempting, but यहाँ पे he will get some chance to get out of the
He'll get
situation.
b3. He'll get
Yes.
b3 because no pin.
No pin, though
So
it looked deadly, it's not possible for the black queen to reach the dark square diagonal immediately. That's why.
exactly.
Very
Yeah.
hanging on the thread. But tell me, यहाँ पे बीच में कुछ था ना? हाँ, rook 8 के बदले. Not.
Maybe b3 immediately.
Yeah, that's a good move. B3 is very strong. Because now
And
if
if
you take AB3, then
rook a8,
it's
and you
over.
cannot escape. You cannot escape queen to a1 check. And once the queen comes to a1, white's position is just going to fall apart like there's no defense.
Yep. Oof. So knight c1 played. Still Pragg trying to fight there. In the meantime, Arjun's game is moving towards what?
It's moving towards a draw, I feel.
Oh, 40 moves are done in their game. They will get 30 minutes each. And it's, yeah, moving towards a draw. But I still feel now that certain things are fixed over here, can it be a fantasy idea that if Arjun wins the b7 pawn?
No, if he wins the b7 pawn, it's no longer a fantasy. He's just completely winning. But the question is if black can go something like rook b2, bishop d1, and force the draw somehow. Like, is
Rook
there a way
d1, huh?
for, yeah, rook b1, bishop c2,
Rook
rook
b2.
b2 back? No,
Oh,
rook b2 back. It's not.
oh, I have gone into my own.
King d2, king c1, and then the rook is
Yeah,
trapped.
kind of like you don't want such a passive rook. Rooks want open file, guys. ये इधर रुक गया है.
But
Correct.
I guess after rook b1, bishop c2, he can simply go rook to c1,
Yeah.
and this should be holdable for Sindarov against Arjun. So Arjun's game we are predicting to be a draw right now.
Yeah.
Arvind's game we hope it will be a draw, but he is worse.
Ooh, it's getting even worse. King h1 has been played last move, but actually Shamsiddin is playing very well. That too with black and Arvind. Great. And what about Nodirbek? Guys, all of you were asking about two Nodirbeks who are playing. By the way, Nepo versus Maghsoodloo has ended in a draw.
A draw.
And this one, the same thing has happened. What we were discussing. Bishop b5 के
A
बाद rook
b5,
a5.
rook a5, and now he just brings the king. King is a very important piece in the end game. He's just bringing his king to c4, and then he'll move his rook to a7. Slowly but surely, he'll convert this technically one endgame, I feel.
Hmm. Yeah, 12 minutes to Abdusattorov. Time pressure also is not a problem because 36 moves are done. So Yakubboev has a lot of time. He will get 30 minutes.
Yeah, no, time is not a problem here at all. So this game is going to end with a victory for white.
Yeah.
Pragg just played this move knight c1, and I think maybe we can stick with this game right now as the last few moves in this game potentially. Richard needs to be precise. He needs to find this idea of going rook 8, queen a7, and then going b3.
You know, Harshit, over here, if Richard says pass, okay, still,
Hmm.
like normally this one move also matters, right? But still, let's say you do nothing,
Still winning.
still winning. And let's say, what will you do with white? Some plan. अगर कुछ भी
King
idea.
b1. I will go king b1.
You want to go king b1 and b3, right? So then I can't say pass because if I say pass here, I can
You
still
can
say
still say pass. That's crazy.
I can still say pass. B3? What is it? Oh,
Rook
it's
e8.
only move to keep the advantage.
And he's actually about to make a move. So maybe we can go full screen because Richard is about to make a move in this position. I have a feeling he's going to go for this idea of queen a7 and b3. And yeah, he's about to make a move
Or
there.
yeah, queen
He
a7 or rook
spots
e8.
something. He's definitely spotted a win. He's just making sure he sees everything because so far he has just played a very, very ingenious game. Very
Absolutely.
creative.
Oh, he goes rook e8, and that's also a very cool move.
Rook to e8, attacking the queen on e4. The queen has to move.
Oh, there is an
And
intermezzo there. I don't understand that, Harshit. How? No, come on, that can't be good. The computer suggests that you can play rook takes c. I mean, you are still lost equally, but still the best move is rook takes c4.
oh, okay, if rook takes c4 is the best move, that just goes to show how bad of a
Hmm.
position white has because after rook takes e4,
Rook
rook
e4.
takes e4.
Oh, but he plays queen f4. So
Yeah,
he
he
had
plays
seen
queen
this.
f4.
Oh, now already there is a shot. Insane.
And b3 now?
B3 also very powerful,
I mean,
equally
b3 is
powerful.
working, d5 pawn is also hanging. Pragg just does not even want to sit on the board. He does not like his position at all.
Hmm. And there's
But you
another
said
one.
that there
Another
is a
one.
shot.
Yes.
There is a shot.
Big shot.
I don't see it.
You will be.
No way. Bishop a2.
Yes.
What is that move?
Bishop
If king takes
a2.
a2, queen a7 check, king b1, rook a8, threatening queen a1 mate. If you go knight,
Let's say
if
rook
yeah, rook c6,
c6.
and then queen a1, queen b2, and the white position just falls apart.
Yep. And also b3. Queen a1 also working. B3 also
Oh, b3
working.
is very sweet. Yeah,
Check.
queen a2, queen b2.
Ooh.
If I think if bishop a2 happens, he definitely deserves game of the round, potentially game of the tournament here,
Yeah, I
beating
do think.
Praggnanandhaa in this style.
No, this game we have to go back and look at it because the 95 sack is still something, still mesmerizing, still as shocking. Ki kahan se? We never consider such a move is normally a blunder, guys, and it's one of the best sack which we are looking at. Peter says, "Wow, the same concept of removing the a2 pawn to get to the a1 square. Totally, a2 pawn barrier. You just have to remove this. It's an attack. Too much to learn today. Also, Richard, feels like he's finding these moves very easily. मतलब he's not like taking all the time, coming under time pressure. ऐसा भी नहीं कि चेहरे पे pressure है. यार, how?
This is his style, Amruta. He loves sacrificing. He loves making these, tactical. He's finding these tactical ideas, and I think he's just feeling at home right now. He's just like this is his bread and butter.
True. And we all remember, guys, Richard is one of the craziest game. If you have to say a craziest game of Richard Rapport, was with whom and when? Do you all remember?
Where he lost or what?
Yeah, he lost.
Yes, then I know what that game is.
It was in 2022.
In World Rapid or
Oh,
World Blitz
yes.
against Magnus Carlsen,
Yes. Harshit,
where
bye, OP.
Richard was playing with the black pieces, and then in the end, in the Queen endgame, Magnus had managed to somehow win that game, but Richard was winning. Do check that game out.
पूरा twist था. It was like a thriller you cannot imagine. Check out that video on ChessBase India. बहुत ही crazy था. I think even Sagar was like, we both were looking at this game, at that game live. shoot कर रहे
Mhm.
थे and shocked. मतलब nothing else, no other game mattered. We just couldn't move from there. इतना insane था. बहुत सही था. But that
And,
is Richard's level. Even Magnus enjoys playing with this guy. So yeah.
and Arjun just took a glimpse of this board, and he
Oh,
think he quickly realized that Richard is winning. Queen A7
yeah.
was chosen by Richard,
Good move.
also completely winning, threatening B3. And if King B1 now, I have a feeling that you can still play Bishop takes A2,
Yes.
Knight takes A2, and go for B3. Amruta, I would not be surprised if Pragg, in a few moves from now, throws in the towel and resigns.
Yeah, he just looked here and understands that this is a very difficult position now. But still, the best shot for him would be to remain in the game to remove this guy here. Rook takes c4, and like at the end of it, bishop a2 somewhere would have caused more trouble, but
Queen
slightly goes
C4.
on. And here, yeah, here, how do you continue?
That's a great question. Queen A3 comes to my mind. Yeah, he just
Wow,
took on
nice
C4
move.
right now, by the way.
Oh, he took. We are reaching
Yeah,
here.
he took. We're going to see this Queen C4, Queen A3. If Queen B3 there, just to continue a bit more,
Uh,
or maybe we'll just wait and see
hmm.
because Rook C4 has happened. So this all of this will happen. He's Richard is thinking now, but for sure he will take back on C4.
Yeah, but even why is he thinking? Because, oh, maybe some. No, doesn't make sense. He's going to take. About to
Yeah,
make a
for
move.
sure he will take there.
I could not see this coming though, with the black pieces,
B takes
Richard
C4.
beating Pragg.
Yeah, Queen takes C4. I mean, Pragg is still fighting somehow.
Mhm.
But I feel this Queen A3 move will just be a dagger.
With this g7 bishop, which is equal to not one piece, guys. It's almost equal to another queen there.
Yeah, Queen C4.
33rd move.
Yeah, he has to take that pawn. He cannot allow black to go B3. So Pragg has to take. But then this move Queen to A3 that we just saw is giving black a
Yeah, if he
completely winning
takes.
endgame.
It's still sinking in. He takes on c4.
Yeah, he just took that pawn on C4. By the way, Queen F2 is also possible, but Queen
Absolutely.
A3.
That's a good move. Queen a3 is also a good move. And for queen a3, what can white do there?
Queen B3, right? Queen A3, Queen B3, but then Rook E3. That just looks completely lost.
Ooh, so you're saying, okay, Richard is about to make a move. Wow, rook e3. This is crazy. Rook e3, you're attacking the queen. And if queen takes a3, b takes a3, and b2 is
Guys,
gone.
just try to visualize this. Richard can play Queen to A3, threatening a checkmate on B2. The white, but he goes B3.
Oh,
Wow, viva.
still powerful. The problem with this position is like whatever Richard plays, it's still winning. And winning in number of ways.
What a move there. Pawn to b3.
So what happens for
If queen takes b3, there is rook b8. That's just lost
hmm,
because b2 is falling. So we understand this. If knight takes b3, then queen f2 is the problem. If queen
no,
c1,
but if
then
queen
rook
if rook
e2.
b1,
If rook b1, then maybe rook e1 or rook e2. Both these
oh,
moves look completely winning.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah. And if you go, yeah, in a3 and all is not possible anyway. Queen a3 check. Wait. Yeah, maybe we are looking at a resignation very soon here. You were right.
What a move b3. We were not even considering this. Yeah, just less than 6 minutes there for Pragg, but it's not the time, it's the position where he's really struggling.
And some, there are some positions where you are losing, but it's not like every move which you opponent can play and you are losing. So that's why this becomes very difficult, where he didn't have much counterplay in the last few moves.
By the way, Arvind has managed to get a very decent position.
Really.
So after this, we'll try to quickly take a look at that game also. But right now, let's just stick to this game as we might just see a handshake and a result. Richard Rapport is on the verge of defeating Praggnanandhaa with the black pieces in a very, you know, very motivated fashion.
Yeah, no, this 95, I think when Sagar would, like, I would really show this to Sagar, because it is so difficult to guess the moves of black until a point. The way he all man, even the bishop c2 move was so tough. Guys, all those who missed, there was a very important moment. Just in a few seconds, let me show you. Here, Richard found a beautiful sack, which was 95, only to allow the bishop to come here and create the whole attack. It was insane move, 95. Nobody could see it coming, and this is one of the best game Richard has played, I think, which we are witnessing. Beautiful game.
And look at Pragg there. He's not happy with himself. He's
And
just
also two losses, no, back to back would be very difficult, from black yesterday with Maghsoodloo, today with Richard. If, because this one, Harshit, honestly, I don't see anything where you can fight on or where Richard can make any mistake.
yeah, no, this is just over. Yeah, he's maybe just waiting for Richard to come back on the board so that he can resign right now.
Hmm. Yeah, three
Less than
minutes on
four
the clock.
minutes for Pragg there. He's trying to find some last resource, but I don't really see it. I don't really see it. B3 was just a beautiful last touch there.
Yeah, Sindarov there walking and watching the game of Pragg. Rook d1. Oh, h4. Sorry, what did he play? Rook d1 he played.
Rook D1.
Okay, it's still black has
Hmm.
to finish it. So still, what would be, how would you continue here, Harshit?
I was thinking about just B takes A2
Yeah.
and follow it up with the move Rook to B8.
Hmm. This knight is pretty useful. Okay, what if knight d3 and defends the b2 pawn now? Because at least my king is safe, yeah?
Your king is safe, but maybe Queen E3 and your F3 pawn might fall.
Oh, queen e3. Everywhere there are weaknesses, but you're so right that you really wanted some break over here with g4 or something.
Yeah, but just I don't have that as white.
Richard back on the board after rook d1. He has 7 minutes on the clock. In fact, for a minute maybe he was not there. Almost 35th move, so lot of time in the winning position. Pragg looking
Yeah, he
on
has
the
to make
other
five
board.
more moves. The
Hmm.
position is completely winning in more than one way for Richard. B takes A2 followed by Rook B8 seems to be one of the cleanest ways for Richard to win. And for those who are just joining in, guys, Praggnanandhaa lost his game yesterday. Today, playing with the white pieces, he tried to go for the win, but Richard was very creative, sacrificed a piece early on in the opening. And since he has just put on continuous pressure on White's position, and Pragg is on the verge of losing his second game in a row.
Jay is asking what if Queen A3 here, which also looks very attractive for sure. There's only one little problem for Queen A3. Jay. Yeah, if Queen A3, then Harshit bhai, how will you continue?
We can
You
just
would
take
have
Queen takes B3, right?
Exactly. Queen
So
B3
that
and you're back. I mean, at least you're not losing right now. Some fight will happen.
less than 6 minutes. Do you think something can still go wrong?
We have to hope, but that's where I'm not even finding some counterplay. Okay, unless he's able to not finish here, maybe just to look at the material. B takes C2, he finds the best move, and knight
He
D3.
plays it, yeah.
Materially, uh, currently Pragg is a pawn down, but that is an A2 pawn.
Yeah.
Oops, is it hanging? The camera, let me see other cameras. Wait a second. Yeah, Arjun's camera is working. Can we quickly have a look at Arjun's game?
Yes,
If
let's check
it is a
Arjun's game.
draw or something. Yeah, it is still
Rook A2. And I think
equal.
this game is being closer and closer to a draw right now, Amruta. If knight C4, B5, that just liquidifies all of the pawns there.
Totally, totally. So Arjun's game going towards a draw. Not the best result for him with the white pieces and looking at the rating situation, but he
Hmm.
fought. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
And he also played some crazy chess with going with G4 and then
he really wanted to
H4
win.
and
But
King F2. Oh
Sindarov
my god.
also defended quite well. So,
Yeah, he defended amazingly. Okay, but now it's a equal position, and Arvind over here is he's equalized. That's a good
he's equalized,
news.
and he has the two bishops suddenly seem to be very happy because bishop E3 is coming in next.
Has he given a pawn or what? Four pawns. Yes.
If queen takes
One
B3,
pawn.
bishop E3. And I think white has a perpetual. After knight G8, he can just go queen H5, queen G5, and it should be a draw.
If you go king F8, there is queen D8 check.
Queen D8.
Oh, you can't
Yeah.
escape these checks.
You can
Yeah.
it's a perpetual, yeah.
Nice, nice. Okay.
So
So that's
Arvind
why.
has defended this position quite well. Bishop E3 is coming in next. So Arvind is also going to draw. Arjun is going to draw, which means Pragg's okay. This game should be winning for
And
white.
if Yakubboev wins, there's a lot of changes which are going to happen. By the way, going back to Pragg's game here,
Yeah, AB3, queen
their
B3.
camera somehow had some problem. Maybe they are
Yeah, it's back.
fixing it. No, it's not yet back, but we'll stay here until it comes back. Okay, I'll keep having a look at it. वहां से ही गया है, आ जाएगा वो वापस. बट
Okay,
क्वीन
okay.
B3 खेलने के बाद look, where did we leave? Rook D1, BA2, Queen A2, Queen F2, Queen
And
B3,
queen B3. Mm-hmm.
and
And
Rook
rook E3
E3.
played. The F3 pawn is hanging next.
Only thing is, Harshit, what I was thinking is now it will end for the king. Like it will get mated or something, like you lose big material.
Like F3 pawn is falling next. And actually the material right now in this position is equal. Which just goes to show how dominant, like how dominating Black's position is.
Oh yeah, great point. Because imagine the material is equal and the advantage for black is almost -6, which is
Oh,
equal to like two pieces up in spite of equal material.
Yeah, rook e3, and it's just completely winning.
No, complete. If at all anything changes here, I think that would be the shock. Like, I think very difficult,
Yeah,
almost
Pragg down to
impossible.
less than 3 minutes now, and he's just trying to understand if he has any last minute ideas or if he should resign in this position. It's not easy to resign, playing with the white pieces, also being in such a good shape in the last whole year. Losing your second game in a row is definitely very, very difficult for Pragg right now.
Yeah, yeah, man. And also,
But it
when
is
he was
still be at
leading
50%.
initially,
He was +2. He lost yesterday, so he is +1 right now. After losing this, he'll still be at 50% and he can still win the tournament, Amruta. Things are not that bad for him.
that way, of course, not because he was also leading in the beginning. He started the tournament very, very well, so he can make a comeback. It's like next two games, if he wins, it can be considered out of four. He four draws also would have given him 2 points. So that way, Pragg will make a comeback. And we've seen this, no, again and again. These youngsters, even if they lose, they don't just give up or they don't just stay there. They're able to fight back. But Harshil, if Abdusattorov is on four, okay, if he loses with Yakubboev, then
Hmm.
what matters is Maghsoodloo drew his game today with Nepo, and
So
Maghsoodloo has
Maghsoodloo is
reached
on
four
4.
points now. Yeah,
Yes.
and Arjun, he's also like his game is going towards a draw now. So Arjun will also join them with 4 points. That means then Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, Maghsoodloo, and Arjun, these three will be on 4 points. And
Hmm.
Pragg, because he will right now is losing, he'll stay on three. Sindarov, he's drawing, so
Oh,
he'll
by
go
the
on three
way,
and a half.
he resigned. He resigned. The result has been updated there. As you can see, Richard Rapport has defeated Pragg. Look at Richard smiling there. He's very happy. Pragg just trying to understand where he went wrong. But it's all Richard in this game.
Yeah, amazing play by Richard, guys. But also, I love this thing about Prague that you've lost such a game and you're analyzing, you're talking to your opponent. This is something we must learn no matter what. Kuch bhi ho jaye, learn from your opponent.
Yeah. Because if you lose and you don't learn anything, then then you can actually make the same mistake again. However, if you learn something from that game, then you just avoid making that same mistake again.
Yes. Ooh, hard days for Prague yesterday and today, but tomorrow he will try to make a comeback with the black pieces, and day after he will be playing with Arjun. So Prague versus
Wow, that
Arjun
will be a
is still,
big clash.
yes, that would be an epic clash. We'll all have a lot of fun. Going to let's go to the next game, Arjun's game. While we were talking about him,
Hmm.
not yet, not yet any chance, but they are playing.
Yeah, I mean, Arjun wants to keep the game going as long as he can, and he's just avoiding all simplifications. And when he does this, he allows his opponent to go wrong.
Yeah. And there is a chance, like, with Arjun, it just feels like anything can happen in the end. Like that one moment, he's alert, his opponent makes a mistake, and he just like catches that moment. So, slightly hopeful to see what can happen because we all know, guys, look at the chess box. Can Arjun become world number three? That's the question. But Sindaro is making sure not to do that.
F4 check, what a move.
What if
If you
King?
take king takes f4, rook d2 is coming. Very nice move there
And he
by Sindarov.
plays.
King d3 played by Arjun.
Okay, there's no
The
risk here.
king
If I go
still
King
goes on.
F5, no, maybe, yeah, King F, but King F5 has no barrier, and in fact, not helping. But if I go King G5, with the idea of entering here,
Yeah,
hoping on the F4 pawn,
king g5 is a very decent move. King g5 actually might happen on the board, Amruta, I have a feeling.
You think so, yeah? What else for black? Yeah. Okay, another thing is if they would try to repeat, like rook a1 attacking the bishop. No, but then why will Arjun repeat, right? He can maybe just block the pawn with bishop f3.
And I've seen this a lot in Arjun's game. Like, he'll play an equal endgame in a way which forces his opponent at some point to find only moves.
Hmm.
And the longer the game continues, the harder it gets for his opponent to keep being precise. And eventually, his opponent falters and he wins the game. This has been a storyline in many of his games.
Wow, that does sound like a nice storyline. And today also we never know what can happen. But look at Sindarov, no? एक बार full screen करते हैं, because if you see him, he's very relaxed. That's why out of the screen. Now he looks very relaxed in this position. मतलब ऐसा नहीं लग रहा है हर्षित भाई कि like he feels that anything can go wrong here.
Yeah, he's about to play the move King G5, I think.
Also very sweet kid, no? He had joined us in the game analysis after freestyle in Paris.
No, he's a really nice person actually. And I'm very happy to see him do well. Very, very aggressive player. And here I think he's about to play the move King to G5, trying to go King H4, King G3.
Easy. Wow. Okay, so Sindarov almost, taking Arjun towards less and less material and a drawish endgame. Managed to do it very well until now.
Yeah.
Sindarov and Praggnanandhaa, they both like completely inside the board, huh? वो लोग जो सोचते हैं तब बोर्ड बार बार I am have to adjust this. Is this your style also, Harshit?
No, I don't think like this.
No, yeah. You want to stay here or the next game?
I think we can just actually, oh, they've reached the time control. Arvind's game is already a draw in my opinion. So
Wait,
I mean,
let's.
they're still playing, but they're repeating. So, oh, they have already drawn,
Oh,
right?
wait. No, maybe not. I don't know if I am on the right board. Oh, Arvind, check. Looks like it.
Yeah, I think this game might have ended in the draw, which means that Arjun Sindarov is Arjun becomes the only Indian player playing it right now.
इधर लीचेस पे तो अभी तक अपडेट नहीं हुआ है, बट ऑफ कोर्स इफ दे इज गिविंग परपेचुअल द सेम
Yeah,
थिंग
it
इज
should be a
हैपनिंग, सो
draw.
इट विल बी अ ड्रॉ.
Mhm.
And yeah, finally Yakubboev, what do you think over here? Any chances at all for Abdusattorov to fight, to trick, be resourceful? How is the position, you think?
I mean, maybe after King E2, he might go for this Knight takes F3 and Rook takes B5, and those endgames can be difficult to win, but it should be winning.
So knight takes f3. Oh, interesting. Oh, man, Harshit bhai,
Yeah,
what's a good move here?
Knight E2, King E2, Knight F3.
Insane.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
Let's ask the chat, guys. White to play over here. What is
That's
the good
just
move
crazy.
here? King takes f3. G takes f3. किससे मारोगे?
And I see a nice comment um, by Mrityunjay Kumar that at least one Nodirbek will win today.
Yeah, a lot of people are so confused with their names. The questions are like, are they brothers? Nodirbek is playing Nodirbek, and
Wow, so many people finding it.
arey, too good. Not getting into our traps. They're like
B6,
B6. Yeah, look at
threatening
this.
Rook A7. That's
ये तो
crazy.
हाईएस्ट लेवल ऑफ इग्नोरेंस हो गया है ना इधर.
इतना तो कभी नहीं हुआ भाई लाइफ
Arshit,
में.
when I said this sentence, किसकी याद आई क्या? सच बोलो, सच बोलो.
अरे अरे अरे.
Oh God. So, yeah. Anish tweeted this as a puzzle, says Rachit in the chat.
Really?
सच में क्या?
Maybe we are too slow.
Because, okay, first of all, b6, and if the knight goes back, the material is basically equal, but then you are following up with rook a7, rook b8, and now what? Wait. Like, still, if you want to continue with perfection, वो रहता है ना?
B7, right? No?
Oh, he's played knight f3 and he took gf3. Oye,
Wow.
look at this, man. एक बार तो full screen हो ही जाएगा इधर. We'll come back to this position, but for now, let's stay here. King e1, knight f3.
Rook B5 and Amruta, these positions are very difficult to win.
Yeah, and you know what? He went king e1. जहाँ पे ना, there was no option to go
Oh,
b6.
oh, check आ गया.
Yes, it was forced to take gf3, rook takes
But
b5.
why would you ever go to E1?
That's such a good question.
Oh,
This
maybe
is.
King E2, he was afraid of some knight B1. And if Rook B4, then Rook takes
Ah.
B5.
Oh. If rook b4, rook
Rook takes
b5.
B5. Yeah.
अरे काफी tricky था.
So that's why he went here. And
And
now after.
but यहाँ पे you know what the good move was? In fact, the only move. So this variation was a very critical one because of which he rejected king e2.
Knight को trap करना है maybe. So bishop d4, king d3 maybe.
Which order? Only one of them is right.
Really? Is
Yes.
that
If
tricky?
bishop d4 or king d3.
So maybe bring the king closer first.
King
And
d3.
now if rook b5, then bishop d4 maybe. Even king c2 is fine.
King c2. Yeah, and
Wait, why
next.
not bishop d4?
यहाँ पे?
Oh, bishop d4? Yeah, why not?
Because ऐसे तो वैसे easy नहीं है, but the point is the rook moves. Suppose
Oh, rook d5,
rook d5. What
king
do you play?
c2, knight a3 check you have. Okay. That's the trick.
यहाँ पे ये trick है, but what if rook b4? Then knight a3.
Knight
Knight
a3.
a3. And what if rook a1? Then knight d2. अरे the
Crazy.
rook is like completely like a feviquick. So बच रहा है वो. So that's why he didn't go king e2, but it was so important that king e2 वहाँ पे जाने का, knight d2 check, and then knight f3 को b6. Still not so easy. The whole variation had to be calculated. And here another good move for white, Harshit bhai. Rook c7.
Wow. Oh, and just eliminating the black knight's control, like defense from coming to c6 or d7, and now b7, bishop a7 is coming next. This is completely winning for white.
Yeah, this is so good. And okay, this was I think a bit tough, yeah. But the counterplay Nodirbek Abdusattorov has been able to find after knight d2 is insane.
Yeah, and now I have a feeling that after knight f3, gf3 might even just hold this.
Very difficult to convert with the white pieces. Yeah, I do
Yeah.
think with the form Abdusattorov he is, and if he manages to hold this, then he again
He'll
takes
be a
sole
leader
lead. Yeah.
with 4.5. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll come back here later. Going back to Arjun's game, it's equal.
Yeah, this game is around equal. Arjun's still trying to find some ideas, but king h4, king g3 is coming in next, so it's not that easy for him to, put pressure on black right now. And I have a feeling that Sindarov with 33 minutes on his clock and the material is equal, he should be able to hold this without many problems.
Okay, but Jay is asking a question that if your knight f3 check, okay, the camera is.
Yeah, king f5,
So if knight f3 check, king
yeah,
moves
f5.
sorry, f5, and now knight d2, and he is asking if the rook will get trapped. But rook will.
But b5 can also come, right? At some point.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
not
why
sure if
not
that's what.
here, by the way? Because the d pawn might become a passer, and ooh, for
Yeah, I
b5 there is
don't.
a move which always black should consider.
d5, yes.
Hmm. You have to be careful,
Yeah, so
but
b5 is, he just played a move, by the way.
king g5
What
was played, and Arjun.
and Arjun played? He played a move. He played
Wait, yeah, king e.
king e4.
Yeah, king e4.
Oh, rook d2 would be a grave blunder because of knight f3 check.
And that's the only move which black should not make in. Not only move. Guys, another move which black should not make in this position. The biggest blunder is one is rook d2. What is the other big blunder? Harshit
Rook
bhai,
h2.
can we start asking this question?
No, no, let's not ask about blunders.
Oh god. Yes, rook h2. Well
Yeah,
done,
he
guys. He
plays rook
goes rook
a1.
a1. Sharp. Yeah.
Yeah,
Attacking d1 here.
yeah.
Oh, bishop a2. Rook b1.
Rook
स्टिल वाइट
b1.
का इंजन ऐसा ना वो .1 भी आ गया ना तो ऐसा लगता है ओके there's hope for white.
There
Knight
is
f3.
actually hope because now king f6 is one. King f6, knight d2. It's getting a bit tricky right now for Sindarov.
Oh, knight d2 because if he loses the f4 pawn, which he will, no? If he loses the
Yeah,
f4 pawn, then would you say that white has good winning chances?
definitely. I mean, now knight d2.
Mm-hmm.
What do you play?
Let's say I go rook
Only two
b2
moves.
because I'm
Rook b2 is a
attacking
very
this.
good move.
Acha, let me try to
King
say rook
b3.
e1. Okay, rook e1. Oh, that's.
Yeah, rook e1 or rook b2. Those are the two good moves. Let's see if this happens
And
on
if
the
I
board.
ignore, let's say if I then the f4 is if you take f4, the engine
This
is saying
is,
this is winning. You
yeah.
were right. King f6 played. अर्जुन कैसा है उसका वाइब?
Arjun never looks at the board when he thinks.
Guys,
He
if
always.
Arjun manages to win today, he is, so close. Like he'll become world number 3 in live rating. मजा आ जाएगा. Not giving
No,
up,
and
not
I
accepting a draw, Harshit bhai.
I do, and knight d2 played. Knight d2 on the board.
ऐसा लग रहा है कि वो शांति से हल्के से मन में आशा तो रख के बैठा है.
नहीं, आशा तो definitely है अमृता because f4 pawn is weak. The rook on b1 can potentially get trapped. If it goes to b2, c2, it doesn't really have that many squares. The pawn on a5 is also weak because knight c4 can come at some point and you cannot defend that a5 pawn. So this position does have strategic danger for black.
Wow. And technically, guys, you will be improving a lot of your understanding about how two pieces versus rook that can be played. One thing my sir used to say is two pieces, they are two forces, whereas the rook is one force. So anytime the slight, initiative white starts getting, then suddenly these become like two forces and are very powerful.
They are too powerful. Very
Oh,
true.
yeah.
Amruta, I'll take your leave right now.
Yes,
I'll
Harshit bhai,
just,
absolutely, because it's morning. What is the morning routine? Like, do you go for a jog? Do you like make your own
so
breakfast? क्या करते
So
हो यार?
right now, actually, मेरा है कि I'm in Portland
Uh-huh.
at my sister's place. So every morning I am trying to go to the gym to just exercise a little bit,
Uh-huh.
and
Wow. How
then
many push-ups do you do?
no, I'm not doing push-ups. I'm doing some like HIIT, like high intensive like training or something like how high intensity workout basically.
Uh-huh.
And after that, I make breakfast. I make eggs like omelette or something usually,
क्या बात
and
है.
then like maybe work on chess or have some chess lessons.
अरे सॉलिड. एंड हर्षित भाई प्रिपेयर रहो, क्योंकि लास्ट वीक में यू नेवर नो, यू नो सम बेट कैन हैपन वेर यू माइट हैव टू डू 100 पुशअप्स एंड ऑल दैट. फिर इंस्टा पे लोग आएंगे
100
गाइस.
push-ups क्या मरवाओगी क्या?
हाउ इज योर इंस्टाग्राम गोइंग ऑन?
It's going, I mean, I haven't posted right now, but I'm excited for Vegas. A lot of things are going to happen in Vegas. Vidit is going to play in Las Vegas, guys. Praggnanandhaa will play and Arjun will play. Those are the three Indians that are confirmed. Not sure if Gukesh will play or not, but these three Indians have been confirmed. I think the players have been confirmed actually.
ये लिस्ट बाहर आ गया है क्या?
हाँ, आ गया है.
Ooh, amazing. Exactly. And we were discussing with Vidit also how to fly to Vegas. So, मजा आने वाला है guys. Sarishit भाई बहुत मजा आएगा. I'm traveling after a long time. Also
And
going
you're
to
going
meet
to Vegas,
you.
Amrita, be very careful.
Yes, Vegas. You must have gone to Vegas number of times.
Why do you think I must have gone to Vegas?
ऐसा लगता है हर्षित भाई तो गया ही रहेगा उधर. कैसीनो है, ये है, क्या ही, ऐसा लगता ही है.
अरे, अरे, अरे.
But not really. So अपन जाएंगे. We'll have some
कहाँ
bet.
कहाँ?
We'll have some bet over there. But you be prepared for this bet, and guys, follow Arshit Bhai on Instagram, because I'll definitely make sure when I go to Vegas, I'll force him to do some dance over there on his profile. Harshit Bhai.
Okay, done.
Done. And avocado toast. Right now, will you be having avocado toast by any chance?
Actually, I didn't. 2 days back, I had made it.
Uh-huh.
I think it just requires a lot more time to make it, whereas omelette is very easy to make.
एफर्ट डालो हर्षित भाई. एक पोजीशन
अरे,
लेके जाओ ब्लाइंड फोल्ड में, सॉल्व करो while you are making that
अरे,
avocado
अरे.
toast. Okay, सही है. But have a great
But yeah,
day.
if it,
हाँ,
yeah, thanks a lot. And if it gets very interesting, like I'll keep an eye on this
कभी
game.
भी.
If it gets interesting in the end, then I'll quickly.
Join the same link. It will be there.
Yes.
So don't.
Perfect. Okay, Amruta. See you and thank you for having me. See you guys.
Thank you. And guys, that was Harshit Raja from Portland, USA. मजा आ गया. We got so many amazing analysis because of him. He was also finding so many great moves in the early morning. 5:30 को उठ के ज्वाइन किया यार. सही है. हर्षित राजा ओपी हो जाए चैट में एक बार for this effort. And what all are you thinking? Whether Arjun is not on the screen right now, but we do know that how important it can be to win such a game today. Every game they look at it as an important game, but what do you think would be the practical chances Arjun is going to keep fighting till the last moment, as Harshit also spotted these things where some issues in black's position. Also, we saw if f4 is lost, then white would be winning. Also, a5 is a weakness there. When the knight is on c4, it's not going to be easy to defend because even the b6 square will be covered. So for this rook, it's a very tough job. You know, it's so much of alertness is required. Ki just a single miss and you would be in big trouble. वेगस में क्या होगा? वेगस में रहेगा फ्री स्टाइल गाइस. फ्री स्टाइल इज हैपनिंग. सो Rick Price says, I was watching the Yakubboev Nodirbek versus Abdusattorov Nodirbek game and it was great battle. Looking forward to Nodirbek's endgame technique. It was high intensity interval training. Okay, that's what I think Harshit is doing. UK says, I haven't had a television in 5 years. Do you think I should install a TV instead for more entertainment? अरे यहाँ पे entertainment है. You don't have to install a TV. What are you playing, Jay? IPSC 2025. What is that tournament? But all the best for you for that. So where is Sagar Shah? Sagar is at this Orient Pro tournament which just ended today. It was the last day and he's gone over there. There's also a lot of other people from ChessBase India team and some amazing players. So he's gone there, guys. If you are in and around Mumbai, अभी late हो गया है 7:40. So मुंबई में हो तो टाइम लगेगा पहुंचने को. So but yeah, he's there. Okay, going to this, just an update of Aravindh versus Vokhidov. Their game ended in a draw, and Yakubboev versus Abdusattorov is getting super interesting because Abdusattorov, reached this moment. I do feel that. I do feel जब यहाँ तक आया है from the position where he was completely losing, he will manage to hold this. Yeah, engine says plus 1.2 or something like that, which means that black is equal to a pawn up. But if it is a fortress like rook b1, what black is going to try to do is to exchange the pawns, and then it will be rook bishop versus rook. And rook bishop versus rook, you know how to defend. Yeah, the top players know how to defend. So that's how he would be looking at it. Also, that one thing which helps is the pawns are disconnected. So that would also be very helpful for black. No, Yakubboev definitely cannot win easily, but yeah, the rook has pressure here, and still Abdusattorov will need to be very careful. Oh, he goes bishop c5, looking at this backward pawn, which is a weakness, and trying to attack that with bishop c5. It's a strong threat already, and black must stop opponent's threat, guys. How do you stop bishop f8? Yeah, how do you stop bishop f8? Oh yeah, before you, Abdusattorov says, what a simple question. I just have to stop that with my rook. Rook b8, that's what he plays. And now you see, you can't go bishop f8. You can't bring this rook to support bishop anywhere because they both are controlled. So not easy to reach this square. Let's go to by the way, after 40 moves, the players get 30 minutes each. So Yakubboev has got 20 minutes. Abdusattorov has more time on the clock. He's having 32 minutes here. And Arjun has 25 minutes on the clock. Sindarov has 24 minutes. You can see this knight d2 and Sindarov finds the good move rook e1. But Ajuba is like, फटाफट खेलूंगा मैं. King f3 has been played. No time to take the pawn. This was attacked. He defends the e2 guy here. And once again, black has to figure out what to do. Yeah, you don't have time to make, like, you can't move the rook because the f4 pawn will be lost, and we have seen that endgame is lost. Just to show all of you who are joining new that if white is able to win this pawn, then he gets a great advantage there, where the king will try to go towards the pawns, the knight will try to jump in over here, a5 will be weakness. Basically, he will not have to worry about stopping the opponent's ideas, which were quite related with the f-pawn, controlling that f-pawn. So rook will stay on e1 and keep this forced connection for the white pieces. So Sindarov, how will he continue here? Because let's say if he goes king g5 and defends, even that is a blunder. Whoa, Sindarov finds the right move. He goes back to e7. But guys, king g5 was a big blunder. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? White to play. Why was king c5? Let me bring a big board here for all of you to find the best move for white. All those who are here right now, I'm sure you are very intensively thinking about the moves, about the position, and really want to improve your chess. So be prepared for a lot of chess questions. Oh, amazing. Chess master Mrityunjay Kumar, Prerak Shah, Gaurav Kodecha, Pratik Jain, Padma Kamatar. Very nice. Knight e4 check. There is a check on the king, and once the king moves, let's say if you go king f5, the problem is the knight. Knights give forks, and there is knight d6 check, and you will be able to win this pawn. And it's not just the b7 pawn, it's also the a5 pawn, which will come under strong threats. So knight e4, you can't go king f5, you can't go king f6, you may go king g6, and still the knight jumps to c5, attacking b7 once again. And if b6, here is the move white to play. What is the final move, which is, let's say, game over almost. Yeah, we have already had 3 games over out of 5. Arvind versus Shamsiddin has ended in draw. Maghsoodloo versus Nepo ended in draw. And Pragg lost to Richard Rapport today with the white pieces. But, guys, the game was epic game. Like, the chess was high class. Richard found some brilliancies. It was one of the most brilliant game. I'm sure until now the game of the tournament. Insane game. So, Richard played beautiful chess there. नॉन पीपल बिशप d3 बोल रहे हैं सब लोग चेक देने के लिए यहाँ पे बट नॉट रियली गाइज दैट इज नॉट अ गुड आइडिया द किंग मूव्स बैक एंड दिस नाइट विल बी अटैक you don't have time to take the pawn and when the knight tries to go here problem is you will lose the piece so not bishop d3 but very few Prerak Shah has found the move maybe only one yeah. Oh, it was so tough. Knight d3, the knight comes back. It comes back here, and there is a fork. There's no check, and knight takes f4. And we know that if you win the c5 f4 pawn, then you are winning. So he was very careful to not go king g5 and get into such checks. He went back to e7, staying, keeping distance from the knight for the checks and the forks, and Arjun goes knight c4, attacks the a5 pawn. f4 is under pressure, a5 is attacked. And here, once again, Sindarov finds a good move. He goes for the counter attack, which is b5. The knight is attacked, pressure on a4. If you take knight takes a5 with also the c6 hanging, what should black play here? Very critical moment. If knight a5, the only move for black. Because if black doesn't find a move for black, he would be losing. So, but Sindarov, because he played b5, for sure, like 100%, he has seen the sequence. Otherwise, you don't go for such a move, yeah? Trying, Veerabhadra, trying. Wow, we have few people. Actually, all those who said king d6, that's a good move. Oh, by the way, Rudra, you're in the chat, and I think the if you can mail on ChessBase India, that would be great, because I think from the office they were trying to send you the giveaway for the Norway stream. They couldn't find your contact. So yeah, uh, king d6 and king d7, both the moves defend a c6 pawn. Yeah, but only one move is right and one of them is wrong. So if you go king d7, the problem is takes and there is a check, and that's why it's wrong. You will be losing again. And important is to go king d6, because now if you take here, c takes b4, b5, bishop takes b5. The move here which matters a lot is the king counter attacks, comes to d5, d4 is under attack. You will try to save it with, let's say, knight c6, but okay, lot of calculation, lot of sequence here, but check, you take the pawn, you allow this, and it's going into the bishop is attacked. You don't have time to retain such a pawn. Constantly the rook is being very alert. Oof. So that's how Sindarov went into b5. Yeah, insane. He goes king d6. It's on the board. Let's go full screen and see how Arjun is feeling about the position. Yeah, intuitively also king d7 looks slightly wrong. Oh, he's captured the pawn on b5. I think it is all going into the analysis which we were looking at. Bishop takes b5. But look at the confidence of Sindarov, having to go into a position where there were moments where he has to play the only moves. He is completely fine. That's the trust on yourself. Yeah, it's heading towards the draw for sure. Like the final moments right now, d4 attack. If you take on f4, then the black king takes on d4, and the king is also very close. You're going to lose the pawn, and that is what Sindarov had to calculate. Another, if you go to bishop c4, king d4, king f4, this is thinking if you're able to maintain such a pawn. But maybe not, yeah, maybe not. Maybe the king will stay cut off. It's crazy. No, this one will land off. Okay, not, can't go there. And if I go here, then you have a check. Check. If I go here, the king is cut off. What a decision. So then the final game which will go on is Abdusattorov's game, because a very critical game also from standings perspective, because Abdusattorov is leading right now, and if he manages to hold this, then he will still remain the sole leader. But if he loses, then many of them are going to be joining him. Maghsoodloo already on 4. Arjun already on 4. So yeah, so rook d7, and Abdusattorov is making sure to defend the last rank, where the bishop is just hoping to get to f8, but no break. Also the pawn break is not there. These two pawns are disconnected, which also creates some issues here. Rook d8, the bishop is attacked. Well, this is gonna head towards rook bishop versus rook endgame, or maybe not even that. Yeah, because If black says I don't even want to exchange the pawns, why will I do that? I'm just going to keep moving my rook on the last rank. Oh, that is something which, like, let's say you do nothing, rook e8. What is the progress for white? The king, I go bishop e4, rook d8. Can I even bring my king? Yes, then there is some progress. King e4, rook e8 check, king d5. This can give some progress. You're not worried about rook e3 because of bishop f8 ideas though. Rook takes f8. Oh, rook takes f8 is not rook g7, guys. Not rook g7, but a crazy move here. White to play. What will you play? In the meantime, Arjun's game. Okay, the move, let me tell you, we don't have much time. King e4 first, because now rook g7 is getting into a mating net or a discovery. So super cool. Yeah, Arjun has captured a pawn on f4. King takes d4. आज का दिन tough है guys. For Arjun, world number 3 seems tough today. Yeah, with your email ID and phone number, Rudra, if you can send, would be great. To the support wala ID, yeah? Laziz John is watching from Uzbekistan. Very cool. So nice. Also, Abdul Aziz. Guys, this tournament which is happening in Uzbekistan looks very beautiful arrangement there. So also your players are playing very well. So I'm sure Uzbekistan is having a great time watching and following such a tournament. And also I think it's going to be so exciting with the Grand Swiss happening in Uzbekistan in Samarkand in September. I'm sure you all are going to have a gala time. Arjun bringing his king closer. But, oh, the final shot is going to happen here. Guys, rook takes b3 and players are going to agree for a draw. I mean, not agree, but a forced draw there, a handshake. Well defended by Sindarov. He did not get into any fears from Arjun's attack, but Arjun really, you know what a fearless guy he is, because all those who joined late and missed this craziness which he got on the board, it all started from h3, where Arjun just started expanding his king side. g4 kela, h4 kela, king f2, knight came to e5. He just didn't care about anything, any attack on his own king, but completely went for a deadly attack. Yet Sindarov had no fear, and this was the moment when Sindarov took on h4. We all thought, array, 2 pieces for rook, how is Sindarov going into something like this? But what an understanding shown by the guy, that here white had 0 chances. The way he found one after the other, the plans, the moves, dissolved the material, the pawns. It was a very accurate play by Sindarov to hold Arjun with the black pieces. f4 also, another amazing move. And here was very critical when he had to go back king e7, because king g5 was natural but would have lost the game. And yeah, b5 again. So Arjun goes to 4 points. I'll show you the standing also. Only game going on, guys. Only game going on between Abdusattorov and Yakubboev. Nodirbek versus Nodirbek. It does feel sometimes sirf naam, if you read only the names, oh, is it a reflection? But yeah, Yogesh asks, Amruta can be made by one knight and one bishop. If you are meaning you have one knight and one bishop, that is two pieces against the black king, then yes, that you can. But if you have only one single knight against the king, no, you can't. It's a draw. Okay, and oof. So here bishop b4. Let's also try to understand some few things about the position, because I think with 30 minutes on the clock for Abdusattorov, it feels that he's not at all going to use all the time. Whereas 13 minutes for Yakubboev, a bit sad for him, because he had really managed a winning position, a beautiful position against Abdusattorov. But you know, when you are very highly resourceful, what Abdusattorov managed in such a scenario, he managed to find something which was insane. Look at this position, okay? White was better, and what he managed to find was this check here, and knight takes f3. Instead of, you know, trying to keep equal pieces and just fight against that one single pawn, he decided to give the piece. And this rook takes b5, and this understanding from Abdusattorov, which gives him the maximum practical chance to draw like a fortress. Another important move was h5, keeping your pawn on the light square, not allowing to create such a fortress where g7 it becomes all the more weakness. So h5 was a good move. Rook c7, and here as well understanding that stopping the threat bishop f8. So Abdusattorov has played it so beautifully, and asking, oh, wait a second, bishop e7, king f7, but there is no disco. Bishop went to c5, king g6, yeah, there is no disco. Bishop b4 again. Oh, king e4 was played, rook check. Yeah, he's thinking. I think for Yakubboev, oops, is it stuck? Oh, the camera is stuck maybe. The camera is stuck, guys. It will come back. Maybe I should also update the chess box. But rook e7 has been played. And look at this move. Because if you play rook e7, it's dead lost. Bishop e7, white is super happy. Obviously, Abdusattorov is not going to exchange this. But if I go rook b8 and attack the b4 bishop, and let's say I remain here, you attack my bishop again. But now my king comes in to defend the bishop here. Okay. And you want to do nothing. Let's say you keep your rook on d8, and you're still asking what's your plan. If I go king e6, once I leave the pawn on f3 or something, you have to constantly look at the rook to d3 maybe. Oh, in fact, not rook d3. White to player. If I play rook d3, it's a big blunder, but only move for white. White to play. Guys, क्या खेलोगे यहाँ पे? कैमरा कैसे चले गए? Wait. The camera is gone for now, but I'm sure it will be back very soon, because obviously an important game there. But wow, Aryan Behra, Asha Sharma, Adya, Noob, Rudra, Kushanova, Shlok, well done. F4, and look at this. F5 check would be deadly, because then you are asking the king to go to some passive place. But rook e7, rook b8 was played, and Yakubboev goes bishop d6 here. He's gone bishop d6. Yeah, I'll attack it again with rook d8. Oh, rook d8. Am I missing something? No, not really. But after king d5, you don't have rook d1. Wait a second. Another question is, when I was looking at rook d3, there was f4. But the engine suggested the move rook d1, and the question is now what is the problem for f4? So something what we generally do in rook endgames, checks from behind to the king, so that when they move, there's constant checks, these annoying checks. And if you go to c6, then you stop f5. But it's important to stop f5, and e3, f4 is also attacked here. Nice. Still some defense to be done. Yeah, still some defense to be done. Unfortunately, we don't have the cameras. Rook b1. Look at Nodirbek already starting with that. Rook b1 is a nice move there. Classy move. Rick says Yakubboev Nodirbek versus Abdusattorov. Nodirbek the king walk at 60. King e4 is what Stockfish 17.1 wants to do. King b1. According to the engine, which I think it's not understanding the position exactly, or it is taking time. It is saying that white has +2 advantage, and this should be, if we consider the +2 advantage, it is winning. So rook a7 is played, and now, but at the end of it, you need a plan. One is that Yakubboev will keep playing for sure to create some situations of only move scenarios, as we have now all learned. Rick also 50 move rule, yes. But the last pawn move, when did it happen? It was 46th move h5. So a lot of moves. 46th move ke baad another 50 moves. A lot of moves. 96. Kaushik says high depth, it's +3. Must be winning, but not sure if it's easy to find a right plan for a human. Chat, what are the plans you can suggest here for a human? If you're a human only, then you can suggest. I'm not gonna ask the cats what's the plan. I would have loved if the cameras were there. Maybe at 8 o'clock, even yesterday, something happened for a time. The cameras went off. And I remember that. Okay, rook a7, he's given a check. Rook b1, rook a7, check. King goes to d5. We'll give check. So it's looking bad. I should try to put something here. G7 pawn fall. No, how? Because this check, no, you don't have time for bishop f8 here. Time ही नहीं है. King d5. Now black is black is gonna give a check. Okay, if he goes rook e8, by the way, that is a possibility. Oh, but then maybe white को थोड़ा सा change in the character of the game with the move which we were looking at. Mrityunjay says Parham has a performance rating of 2883 and Abdusattorov has 2960 till now. Wow. हाँ, दोनों में डाल दो रुद्र, दोनों में डाल के रखो. f4. So f4, यहाँ पे if you go f4, no, that can give some that will bring in, that will change the character of the position. So I would suggest that rook d1 check is the simplest, because it is forcing the king has to go either e4 or e6. Let's say you go, oh no, e4. Blunder. So you have to go e6 to e6. Give check again. क्या करेगा? What will the king do? Okay, if the king tries to go to king d7, where you want to finally go to the f8 square. But then the king is too far, and then black gets this, moment. What is the moment? Many things actually. The main thing is these are isolated pawns, and you can start improving your own position. One is with king f5, but another one is to attack the h4 pawn. So ये भी काफी powerful रहेगा. So Rugri one check. Yeah, Abdusattorov has given the check. Why do we not have the camera? I don't know, but I don't think we can do anything about it. Film says Yakubbo is winning, I guess. We are very doubtful about it as of now. It does look like some kind of a fortress, but we're still trying to figure out if it can be broken. And that's what the question has been raised, whether we are able to find some plan. And yeah, maybe I'll update the chess box over here, because Arjun drew today. Is currently in joint lead. Richard Rapport beat Pragg in an absolutely brilliant game full of sacrifices. Arvind drew his game. Arvind drew calmly. Yeah. Yeah, that is something let's put over here, so that we have the chat chess box, which is giving all the important information for now. Nodirbek versus Nodirbek. Yes. In fact, Yakubboev, who is 2659, surely is underrated. I'm sure this year maybe he will manage to reach 2700, because he has shown his class. He's in some phases is really playing amazing. But I think there's these one or two weaknesses these players remove, and then they're suddenly climbing the ladder like anything. So yeah, so this is the last game, and the standings perspective, as I have already mentioned, let me tell you, if Abdusattorov draws this, then he goes into a sole lead. But if Abdusattorov, which right now is looking like that, but if Abdusattorov loses this, then Arjun is on 4, Parham is on 4, and no, Abdusattorov will also be on 4. So Arjun is in joint lead with Maghsoodloo currently. Maybe I should add it in the chat box so that along with Parham. Yep. Yeah. No, I don't know the accuracy. I haven't checked it. Okay, he goes king d7 finally to avoid the checks. And now there are a number of ways. Like, firstly, if you attack the h pawn with rook h1, if you try to defend with bishop g3, problem, rook h3, and you are anyway losing one of the pawn. And mind you, if you try too hard, you never know whose pawns will be even stronger than the bishop. So that is something to take care of. So that's why King D7, he's gone rook e3, attack the f3 pawn, which is also a good idea. Because to defend a pawn, if white now goes f4, then comes in rook h3. You still don't have f5 check and h4 is attacked and you cannot defend. Okay, so that becomes a big problem. So if white goes rook a3 and says, okay, maybe if you exchange the rooks, not maybe, if you exchange the rooks, I'm dead winning because it's very easy for me, I'm a piece up. Also, what helps is the pawn. Just when you imagine the position with only a bishop and a pawn against the king, yeah, you want to see whether the queening square is the right color or not. Even if you want to look at that, it is a right color square. So that also helps white. So if rook a3, which is happening on the board, what black is going to do here is to not exchange at all costs, no matter what. The rook is going to go back. Rook will go back and once again say that, okay, you have to defend here. Now if you go move like f4, whenever you do that, I will go rook h1. h4 को defend नहीं कर पाओगे whenever you go f4. And even if you get a move like king e6, rook h4, f5, let's say, the problem is you now get a check here, but rook goes to g4, and this endgame, guys, which is very interesting, this endgame, whether you take with the pawn, though you would like to consider king takes, this endgame is something white will have to calculate quite a lot, because it's a race. ये देखो h4 आया, ये मारा, h3 आया, ये मारा, h2 आया, you can't stop. So obviously I was just showing you as an example. White cannot take the g7 pawn, and that's why it will be important to stop h2 eventually, which is, why not bishop d6? Yeah, bishop d6. If you go, let's say king h3, king g2, then comes in king f7. If you go king g2, problem, because white is happy, यहाँ पे ये मारा and you land up in a winning king pawn endgame. So वापस important move हो जाएगा to go back. This is something to just illustrate. There are 100 other ways, easier ways also to draw. Something to illustrate. If white takes here, then takes here, and this is how you enter into a draw. Number of ways. So the rook e3, only blunder to avoid is to not take the rook. Baki to rook can go anywhere. No, Krishna, I do not know. Talib is in the chat watching from Uzbekistan. I don't know what he's saying, but yeah, your players are having a very good fight. I'm sure everyone is enjoying over there. Can we also see other games? The point is, guys, all the games are ended. There have been 3 draws and 1 decisive game where Richard Rapport beat Praggnanandhaa. Arjun drew with Sindarov. And Nepo drew with Maghsoodloo. Aravindh drew with Vokhidov. So this is the only game which is going on. Guys, can anyone tell me what is the pairing for tomorrow? Arjun is playing with whom? And Pragg also, because Pragg has lost 2 games. It's important for him to make a comeback. In fact, I also have the pairings in front of me. Why am I not telling? Nepo, tomorrow, Pragg has a big task. He's playing with the black pieces against Nepo, and he has to make a comeback tomorrow. Wow. With the black pieces. Okay, and Maghsoodloo is playing against Abdusattorov. So, in a way, 2 leaders almost, on top. Even if otherwise Maghsoodloo is still very close to the leader if Abdusattorov manages to draw this. So a very important game from the standings perspective. Then we'll have Yakubboev versus Vokhidov, Aravindh versus Sindarov, and Arjun is playing Richard Rapport. So Arjun and Rapport, they will have some crazy game. Also, after the craziness which Rapport showed today, I think he would be very much looking forward to playing with Arjun. What will be your reaction when Sagar will become a grandmaster? If Sagar will become a grandmaster, oh, I would dance. I would be full of joy. I wouldn't believe. I would be like insanely happy. But of course, I mean, that does. Oh, the cameras are back. So cool. That is cool. Nice, nice. Well done, guys. But he's not. I don't know what will happen. Whether he'll try for GM title or not. Whatever he wants to, it will be great. Chess, guys. We have been like playing chess since such a long time. In 2017, we stopped playing chess. So it's been many years now, and I think it's been already or more than 30 years. I'm in the beautiful field, great community here. Saying that, what, how will I feel? But even if he doesn't become a grandmaster, it's still happy. There's a lot of things. A lot of things. कुछ भी हो जाएगा चलता है. बहुत कुछ हो रहा है. That lot of things you can keep finding to. You can keep finding it, keep happening if you can see the happiness and the joy in them. There are too many things which keep happening. Dhananya says off topic once again, but Abdusattorov's blazer color is nice. Oh yeah, by the way, he was wearing a grey blazer until yesterday, and now he's wearing a blue. That's sometimes an advantage here at your home, in your hometown. You don't have to pack your bags, you have everything over there. But also some change. Yes, I'm from Pune. Ah, CMC, got it. King d8 played by Yakubboev, and now for Abdusattorov, kind of a forcing draw or what? It seems like that. Look, guys. He can go rook h1, attack this pawn. Okay. White will, let's say, defend his pawn with the bishop. He can also go rook a4, but let's say bishop g3. Now rook h3 attacks the bishop. Now bishop goes back. So this rook is beautifully placed, attacking two guys, and somehow both these pieces are in defensive situation. Can I even go king f5 here? No, not really. Not the best. The king jumps in over here, and for king f5 there is king e6, because the problem is you cannot take on f3. White to play, guys. White to player. Let's see how many of you are alert. Of course you are awake, but how many of you are alert? Polly says, what has been more rewarding for you guys? Growing CBI or chasing norms? I think chasing I would call it, because in general that does take away, like if you like something, you're not chasing it. So similarly, I think even growing CBI was not the intention. It was just what we love is to just, whatever we're doing, we love that. So that's what you keep doing wherever it takes you to. Never know what is going to happen. Things are changing so dynamic in that sense. But I think बस उतना ही है. रोज उठो, दिल से करो जो भी करना है, ज़्यादा कुछ सोचना नहीं है. सब कुछ हो भी नहीं सकता है. You can't do everything when there are millions of things. Whatever best is possible, that's it. And then wherever it goes. Wow. Okay. A4. Yes, guys. Anuj, Anvay, Sarthak, Adya. Rook A4. Mate hai. Mate. Look at this pattern. Very nice pattern because the rook is occupying the square. The bishop or the pawn कुछ भी रहता था, or either knight, even if there is a knight, so there is a barrier here. If you look at this, if you try to understand with these arrows, it's like a back rank, okay? And this is controlled with the king. So यहाँ पे भी you cannot go. And this rook covers the और कोई color है क्या? नहीं. And this rook covers this e4, g4 and f4 square. So beautiful mate. So just have to be slightly careful, which obviously they are. Rook h1, rook a4 has been played. And yeah, Abdusattorov back on the board and thinking. Anvay says, actually I'm not the one to say this, but from my tournament experience, the stress which in between one round and the another, especially in classical time control, is very stressful. Oh, Anvay, seems you just played a tournament, and I think if you have not played too many tournaments, initially it can happen. You have to try and ask yourself a lot of questions. Why are you feeling stressed? Is it also because you're tired? Is it also because you're worrying about the result? Also worrying about sometimes, oh, my opponent will play a certain opening, I would not know, what should I do, how will I figure it out? What is causing you stress? That is something you have to find out, because at the end of it, the idea is that you want to enjoy, and it's also great that you can observe you're feeling this stress, because only then you will be able to remove it. Imagine you are able to remove it after understanding the depth, that you don't feel stress then between the two rounds. Then that will also help you in other aspects of your life. Rook f4 has been played after rook h3. Stops king f5 ideas here. Also very nicely defended by defended these pawns. And the question is this: now the white is saying that now I'm ready for king taking to f8. So maybe to stop the king activity, yeah, maybe you can go king f7. Whenever he goes rook f5, oh, then rook h4. Sorry, that's a blunder. So yeah, rook f4. Oh, he goes king f7. Rick says at 70, I just got too old for stamina needed for even weekend tournaments. Wow, you watching this? That is amazing. Yeah, that is sometimes it can happen that if I mean, there are many people, not many of course, but there are a few people of your age also who play the tournament, but maybe they are repeating. But the thing is, how much of intensity generally you put into something. Sometimes some people are very very intense, yeah, and then that takes away a lot of energy, and then it can get tiring. But then some people play like just, intuitively. You're not calculating too much. It's based on intuition. Even if you lose, it's fine. It doesn't matter much. You're just enjoying the feel of it that way. So the style of your, you will know your style. And yeah. Could try if you really want to play. Then with some changes it could still be possible. I've been playing for over 50 years. Wow, you might be the most most number of years in the chess field on this stream right now, Rick. You must be having a FIDE rating, I guess. What's your FIDE rating? Where are you from? Guys, this is in the very last moments this game is happening. If I want to show you the full screen, look at Yakubboev, little bit of exercise there. Just an important thing, actually does help chess players. You're sitting for long hours, yes, you're also walking, but rook e4, he played king d7 here, rook h1, and now rook goes to e4. He might be, no, not f4, cannot be prepared. But what if rook h3 again? Then there is, yeah, rook f4. Who is winning? Asks Science. I would say this game will end in a draw. Yeah, he's gone. Abdusattorov has got a hang of it. He's also not taking too much time. Many times you were defending and taking a lot of time. I did manage to get a USCF title, National Master title in 1989 while my work life was geotechnical engineering. Sounds great. From US, yeah? Amazing. Now Abdusattorov goes rook h3. Again, you have to save it. You can't go f4. This is hanging, so rook f4 is forced. Science Explorer says I am playing my first tournament on 29th. Oh, which one? Science Explorer, all the best. Before the rounds, make sure at least 5-10 minutes you're putting to solve a lot of tactics online back to back. Oh, he gives a check. Now this makes it easy. According to the engines, it's a clear draw. He'll go king g6. And then both of them are attacked. There is a double attack in the air. What is the plan by Yakubboev? Like when he has gone with this check, what is his intention here? Is he going to go f4? Let's say f4, rook h4. Is he trying to create some kind of a situation there? Maybe that is what he's looking at. Yeah, no, Rick, that is completely amazing, and I'm sure like you would have followed so many amazing world championships. Also, Korchnoi has played chess for so many years. I think brilliant. It was very inspiring to see. I used to always say that I'll play chess till I'm 80, and Korchnoi was a big inspiration. When you never know what life brings in. I never thought I would not be playing chess. I was even sure like I'll not stop playing chess. Like if I'll not even marry a person who will ask me to stop playing chess. So that much I used to love chess, playing chess. And now I'm loving even what I'm doing right now. So yeah. Science Explorer says I'm 10 years old. Array, that's interesting. On a stream we have 70-year-old. On a stream we also have a 10-year-old. So nice. Science Explorer, you should, if it is your first tournament, you should remember there will be some games you will lose, some games you might win, but it doesn't matter. You keep fighting till the end, and that's when you're watching these live streams, you will see so many times everyone is fighting till the end. You will get your chances till the end. So make sure that you do not feel nervous. Make sure that you do not give up in the middle of the game, or even after the game is over, even if the result is not in your favor, because you're not looking at the result. So Cristiano says I'm 13. I wish I could be like Gukesh. You don't have to be. Like Gukesh also thought what he can be, You never have to be anyone. You can find your own speciality. Moholi, you're playing in Punjab. Oh, we have visited Punjab actually. It's a, Punjab Kesari used to do, still does a lot of things for chess. So it was a great experience. Sagar had a simul over there. Gamerao Gaming says I'm 1700. How should I continue further? How do I prepare openings? That is what I struggle the most. Gamerao, one very important thing which happens is, they say start learning from endgame, then middle game, and then openings. One of the biggest mistake which is happening now, everyone thinks, is openings. Openings are important. Once you start getting too much into openings, it becomes more technical, it becomes more unimaginative. So first important for chess is to keep your creativity active. Like chess is about creativity, yeah. So very important that you improve your imagination, you improve your creativity, you study the middle game, you play games, you solve tactics, you improve your, you know, understanding in that way. Openings, yes, you might lose a lot of games, but at some point it will be very easy to learn openings, because your level would be increased that time. And better to, if you're 1700, I think it's okay to have just very basic minimal opening as much as you need to know, but you should really highly focus on solving a lot of tactics and trying to understand different pawn structures, solve a lot of end games, play and analyze your games. Yeah, that would be my suggestion to you. Oh, Zara and Zayan's World says I am a 8-year-old and I subscribed. Arey Zara, thank you so much. 8-year-old. Maybe now, as of now, you are the youngest viewer, which is cool because we have been discussing. We do have Rick, who is 70 years old and watching the stream. Then we had a 10-year-old, and now we also have a 8-year-old. So solid. Rick has suggested the tactics of endgames. Sounds nice. Yes, I think endgame tactics very important. Normally we have very less time on the clock, so वहाँ पे बहुत बार miss हो जाता है. Sunkin says 8, 10, 11 years old in this chat. Justify the commentary. Oh, your leeches is 1556. Okay, that's great. Ben says, I love that advice. Chess should be creative and technical. Yeah, that's the whole fun of it. You know, you create sacrifices. You are seeing so many times nowadays, even Gukesh, who we know since the young days, he's not focused on engines much. It took, after a long time, you know, he kind of prepared the other things. So when the right time is there, I think learning opening, as Sagar also says a number of times, that learning opening is easy. Opening is not a big deal. You're not playing as of now at a 2700 level. Even when you reach there, then you would know how to learn that. So, but middle game, understanding of when the bishop is better, when the knight is better, what kind of pawn structure you should have, when double pawns are good, you know, not like double pawns are bad. So all of these things, try to improve that. Will take time. I agree, but I get many bad positions from openings. That has ended up. What openings are you playing? And also, you should develop. You know, this is very important. I don't know when that Sagar had mentioned it, but it was very important that imagine you are having a bad position and you're fighting from there. You know, you're fighting because you know that our opening is not the best, but you're fighting because you know you've worked on your middle game, you know you're working on your end game, and you develop the fighting attitude so much where till the there are a number of times you're able to make a comeback in the game. Can you do that? Because if you're able to develop this attitude, which is required whichever level you are, even at the highest of level, that also brings you out of many things, because you learn openings and all, but at the end of it, imagine even these little mistakes is giving you in the same position just a little later, not too much different. What's the point? So yeah. Oh, we have Sardor Beg also watching from Uzbekistan. Nice. Are 8 years old allowed to? I think there is YouTube Kids account, no? I don't know, but He's gone king h7. The way Abdusattorov has managed to bring this game to equality, I think that's what shows that how strong of a player he is, and also justifies how he has been leading in this tournament. Yakubboev is down to 3 minutes. Let's not forget this 75th move has been played. The last move with a pawn was played. Wait a second. h5 के बाद 46th move. 46th move h5 was played. Guys, ये गेम तो बहुत ही लंबा चल जाने वाला लग रहा है. और not really. The king is going towards the weakness. भाई कैसे तो करके पहुंच जा. But अभी के लिए right now cannot black take both the pawns. मतलब of course he will have to take one. But if I take this, what's the plan? Okay, we'll come back to this. But maybe I would like to then start with this because at least I'm creating a passer. King f7. What's the counter play? After king f7, let's say I move my rook away, attack this, also threaten this. You go bishop f8. Let's say you want to attack this and I go h4. Yeah, should be good. Okay, this might go into rook bishop versus rook. Might. Why is it written Nodirbek versus Nodirbek? Yeah, because the bars can take one name. But trying to remind to change the name. We'll have it Abdusattorov versus Yakubboev for them because they have a common name. We'll change it. Hanumanji is saying, seeing you live after a long time. Yeah, we've been doing this tournament since a few days, every evening. No, they are not brothers. Let's go full screen and see the feel of the... Okay, he's taken the f3 pawn. Because maybe he doesn't even want f4, f5. And yeah, makes sense. King f7. Important is to not blunder with a move like g5. Oh, because of what should white play? If this is not happened, guys, but if g5, it would be a blunder. Because what should white play? Let's see how many of you are able to find a move. Not easy. Oh, not easy at all. Why is it winning? Insane. Insane. Very difficult, guys. Did anyone find any idea here? The move would be rook e7, which would be winning because if you go a move like king h6, what still? I'm still not getting. Okay, but they are playing a lot of moves. I'll come back here. But this is happening. Did they repeat? King e7, rook f3, king f7, rook d3, bishop e7 has been played. Only move for Abdusattorov to make, guys. Only move. Rook d7. If he doesn't play rook d7, he will land up in some trouble. Let's see if he goes a move like rook d4. Then there is rook g8. And if you go rook g4 defending this, then there is bishop f8. Oh my god. Really? Insane. You can't go here because of discovery, losing the rook. If you go here, then there is rook g6 with the idea of check and a checkmate. Oh, Abdusattorov has to be careful, but he has 14 minutes on the clock. But imagine this position with 30 seconds on the clock. Yakubboev managing to bring Abdusattorov down to a point where he has to find a only move. Insane. Wow. Rook d7, you have to... Okay, but what about rook d7, rook g8? I'm still... Oops. Blundered, guys. If at all I... You know what I missed? Black to play. Wow, Abdu saved. Yes, random. He saved until now. But this is, not over. This is having a lot of pickle in this. Like, there's a lot of pickle. बहुत सारा आचार अभी तक है यार. क्रेजी. कहना क्या चाह रहे हूँ कि सिंपल प्लेन दाल राइस नहीं है ये. दाल राइस के साथ आचार भी है. पक्षिक पक इज सेइंग अर्जुन को दिखा दो, बड़ी कृपा होगी. अरे कहाँ से दिखाऊं अर्जुन? कुर्सी पे कोई है नहीं, वो घर गया है. Who is leading the tournament now? Right now, Shrishti, Arjun and Maghsoodloo are leading, and if Abdusattorov draws, then Abdusattorov will be the joint leader. Oh, he doesn't find it. He blunders. Oh my goodness. Yakubboev is at a moment to find a good move. But crazy, guys. White to play. Can you find a good move? Or maybe I am even wondering if the bar is not understanding कि मैं move करूँगी इधर और बार बोलेगा नहीं यार मेरे को समझा नहीं, सो सॉरी. बट मूव इज रूक d8. सॉरी, तुम लोगों को मिलना थोड़ा मुश्किल था, रोस्टिंग यू. बट रूक d8 is the winning move. Can you understand why is it winning? Look, he doesn't find it. He goes rook b8. This is not easy. And rook e4. Once again, he's fine. He's back in the game. But rook d8, look at the craziness here. If now you go rook e4, bishop f8, rook takes h4, same problem, bishop g7 with the mating idea. ठीक है, सब बहुत मुश्किल था. He went rook e4, bishop f8 now. Not to take here because of check and the mating idea. Chess Wiz India is in the chat. Says hi Amruta from all of us in Oreo Pro GM. क्या बात है. Thank you so much for tuning in, Mr. Sagar Shah. We have been missing you. Today has been insane games. I'm so excited to update you. Richard Rapport played a brilliant game. Complete genius, I would call it. A game of the tournament. You're gonna love to do the commentary on that. It was obviously a bit sad that Pragg lost that game, but it was simply mind-blowing chess by Rapport. What's up? Can you please give us some update from there? क्या चल रहा है? And we are also watching this, Sagar. By the way, I don't know if you're still there or not, but a position बहुत crazy है. Last 2 moves में कुछ तो हो गया था. rook e3 में यहाँ पे if white would have found the move rook d8, computer was saying great chances, but I'm still not sure. I have to still figure it out. Bishop f8 यहाँ पे खेला है. Black has to only be careful to not allow this. My question is, if you go rook g4, that's still a mistake, guys, because white has an excellent idea. Rook b5, attacking this. And now if you go king h6, defending this, you bring a zugzwang. You wait. If the king goes, there is checkmate. The rook has to stay on the g file. So if you go back, then the way you want to checkmate is to bring your bishop to d6 with the idea of check, disconnecting the king from the h5 pawn. Another checkmate. The king is very nicely placed in the shelter of opponent's pawns. So bishop f8. So Abdusattorov just has to be a little careful, and he is. He goes rook a4, which is a great move. He stops those ideas. Now if rook b5, he is using the principle of rook endgame, where the rook is far away, distant checks here. Rook a7 check. That is his idea, and tying down the piece. So Abdusattorov very careful. CBI raid on CBI channel. I think so Abdu will still have sole lead. Until this game ends, I would still not declare that this is what is happening, because only because of certain situations where the king, if not careful, can also get into a mating net. Like, let's say over here. Now, imagine after rook b7, if you don't take this pawn, Abdusattorov is in trouble, guys. If you don't take this pawn. So, a key moment here for Abdusattorov. What will he play? The endgame is quite tough that way. In a way where I thought that it would be a easier draw, but it's not so. Nothing is easy in chess, guys. Chess is very difficult. बहुत ही नॉदिरबेक बोर्ड के अंदर मैं बोर्ड को रखने को मुश्किल बना रहा है मेरे को, बट लेट मी ट्राई. या लेट मी एक्सटेंड द स्क्रीन. ठीक है गाइस, यहाँ पे imagine this check is stopped. A great idea by Yakubboev. Simply lot of principles of rook endgame into the play. If I'll just give you an example, but why will he not take this pawn is also a question, no? He will of course take the pawn. Bishop takes g7. Now there is no rook here, which was trying to checkmate the opponent. Once again, you simply go back with the same idea, and this time you have these two pawns. So it is going into rook bishop versus rook. Crazy. And समझो you go rook g4. Same problem, rook b5. Because if rook h4, same problem, bishop g7. So also for rook b5, you don't have time to go rook a4 because this is a check. So he takes rook h4. He understands. Bishop takes g7. Yep. Abdu will lose 8 points in, I think, in yellow, right? If he loses. Got it. Arjun का क्या हुआ rating? There were some key moments which need to be. This endgame was quite amazing to analyze, because if there were these winning chances for white, which were, the engine was definitely showing, but we still have to understand in deeper way. Lots to learn from such an endgame. Amazing endgame they have. I think Abdusattorov in general has played some nice endgame. Either mostly he was on the attacking side, but Yakubboev trying his best here. What would be completely insane is if at all rook bishop versus rook, sometimes there have been moments when it's difficult to defend. But I think for a player like Abdusattorov, he knows the endgame very well. 1 yellow lose for Arjun. Okay, so still the same situation. If tomorrow he wins, I'm sure he will get more than 1.9 rating. Show the board bigger. Yeah, that is, board bigger is okay, huh? Wait, I also agree with you. Wait a second. What I think I can do is, an interesting thing would be to tomorrow maybe change the layout a bit. Yeah, maybe just take the clocks also niche. Yeah, that's nice. Now, much better. As you can see the intensity here. But Yakubboev down to 1 minute 30 seconds, and if Rook Bishop versus Rook, another few minutes gonna happen. Thank you Veerbhadra. अपने वालों का क्या हुआ आज? Today was not a very great day that way, but Pragg lost consecutively second time. Then, but Richard played amazing, so absolutely outplayed him. Aravind and Arjun drew their games with Vokhidov and Sindarov. And now, by the way, we are reaching Rook Bishop versus King. Guys, Rook Bishop versus Rook. How many of you have studied Rook Bishop versus Rook very deeply, and in fact even got in some maybe blitz games or something like that? Let me know. I am gonna come back in 2 minutes. Yeah, it's a draw, but it will go on, and also Rook Bishop versus Rook. Practically, you can definitely create some winning chances if under time pressure. There's so many times, top players have messed it up for defending. So it all depends on who knows the end game absolutely well. But until it's over, it's huge pressure, and we cannot at all say that, okay, this is going for a draw or anything like that. And you can see Abdusattorov, yes, he feels confident that he'll defend, but at the same time, there's also a lot of pressure. So another, can it be an advantage already? You don't care about the pawn and the king is on the last rank. In the previous position, Rook d8 was winning, but he played Rook b8, which is not winning. Which one? Like previous in the sense here? Anyway? That was a long back. Okay, got it. Yeah, actually we were analyzing that. I had to go back to that moment. After the game, we'll be looking at it. Rook b3, rook a6, and then bishop d7. What are you saying? Rook b3. I think your notation, you are saying rook b6 check because you want to go for a checkmate, but then there is a check and you have to go bishop e7, which is, yes, important point. So this won't work. Anyway, right now he's gone bishop g5. Definitely with the ideas. And now if h3, let's say, it's a blunder. So that is something Nodirbek has to take care of. He takes care of. But this was a blunder because of a check. You have to go back, and then you are creating a mating net here. So what he plays is rook a6 and controls the 6th rank, and rook b4. Now once again a mating net. Check. We are reaching that bishop e7 ideas, and one big advantage for white is still that the king is somewhere already in the situation where he has to be careful. 47 seconds, says Adya. Ooh, time. Yeah. Repeat. Rook b4, rook a7, bishop e7, and rook a6. Okay, now rook h4 check has rook h6, but finally from that move onwards, a new position like rook and bishop versus rook, so there won't be a pawn move. So nice. Instead of bishop g5, he could have played what, rook a5. नहीं, अभी rook h4 check दिया है. Rook h6. Okay, now you have rook already on the g. Actually, it takes some time to reach such a position, yeah? Ooh, Nodirbek has gotten up with 7 minutes on the clock. Where the king is on the last rank. So, for Yakubboev, of course, he's going to control this rank. For Yakubboev, he has a lot of moves to create pressure. I really needed Sagar because he's very good at rook bishop versus rook endgame. He knows a lot of tricks and resources, which he has tried to tell and share number of times. And yet, I'm not the best at my memory. But yeah, guys, have you got this rook bishop versus rook in your games anytime? Have you studied this anytime? Because it is an important endgame. I'm sure so many books have covered it. Dvoretsky books, endgame books, Silman's books, also 100 endgames you must know. So lot of Dhruv says no. Parth says yes, but it ended in a draw. Great, that's good. In fact, Once when I got it for the first time in a very important tournament, I didn't even know it's a draw. I thought I would lose. I was on the defending side, but on the board I was able to calculate, so I was very happy. And that's where you have to try and make your calculations so strong. Rook g7 check. Okay, both the moves look fine, but of course you don't want to go into the corner. You'll go to h6. What was that? Instead of bishop g5, he should have played rook a5. I don't think that was too much of any maybe practical chances. Yeah, he goes king h6, and look at the confidence he's radiating here. Here you are saying instead of bishop g5, he should have gone rook a5. You mean rook b5, but then there was this check. Same problem. Or maybe I'm not understanding very exactly. King h6, rook g8. Once again, mating net. You've covered the squares. So the bishop is here, not to forget. So the king must go to h5. Of course, the king is very happy to go to h5, away from these guys. Bhago, bhago. Par says as the black, I was happy with the result as I was bishop down. Defending it was a very long endgame. Yeah, I think rook g8, king h7. He's got king h7. I'm wondering why is he not gone king h5. He didn't. Okay, I know why he didn't go. Because he thought rook g5 check. You can't go here because of a disco. And anyway, you will have to go here. So then rook d5, some waiting move. Maybe he didn't want that. He goes king h7 here. Okay, what are the ideas? Now rook g3 with the idea of this rook is well placed, but rook g3, you can't go here because it's a mate. You can't move the king because even this is a mate. So for rook g3, black will have to do a waiting move. So black will have to wait on this rank. Better to go to, let's say, suppose light square. So he goes rook g5 with the same idea. Also works. And no, but now with king h6 there is no rook h5 check, no? Oh, what? This is winning or what? The bar is crazy. The bar is like, मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. What is this? Is it winning endgame? वो रहता है ना, वो कौन बनेगा करोड़पति में लाइफ लाइन. हेलो, क्या चल रहा है? बार इज लाइक, ठीक है अब आया समझ में. थोड़ा सा ट्यूबलाइट हूँ पर अब आया समझ में. ड्रॉ है. Okay, king h6. Dhruv says, hi Amrita ma'am, I was at Orient Pro playing juniors and went at the ChessBiz India shop. Tried to find some books but thought that should take someone's advice, so didn't. Oh, you should have gone to the stall and messaged me from there. Here. Then asked me, I'm looking at these books. What do you think of it? एकदम ही easy हो जाता है करने का. Rook b6, good move. Waiting move, guys. Guys, you should be able to wait. Waiting helps your patience. And only if you have patience, you can wait. It's all interconnected. I can think. I can fast. I can wait. A very, very famous dialogue from a famous book. Rook g7 check. He has to be careful about a photographic draw. Photographic draw is like the position will be repeated thrice, but not back to back. But after a few moves, it will come to the same point. But yeah, I do think now Nodirbek, looking at him, he looks very confident of defending this. I mean, Nodirbek, no, Abdusattorov. Very confident of defending this. Wow, we do have a member. Wow, amazing. Deepak Hegde. Hey, thank you for becoming the backer of Indian chess. You're the new member. So kind of you. When the games have almost finished, you becoming a member is very encouraging. So You're supporting the Indian chess through the membership. Thank you. Do not trust the bars in complex endgame, says Dhruv. Yeah, also do not trust me. So rook a6. Abdusattorov has to do nothing much. Bas यहाँ से वहाँ. Adya says, imagine if you have been in Nodirbek's shoes, how stressed you would be. You know, the point for this top players is that there's no time to feel the stress. You are so much in that moment. You think about the past moves and then you're gone. You lose your focus, you lose your attention, and then you make a mistake. But you are move to move. You're just right there calculating what to do now, what is the best now. So you have no time to feel the stress when you are in the present moment, and that's what actually even in life we try to learn and apply. Look at Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He is shaking his head in a way where it's like, yeah, no, I know this. I've got this. I have to be careful. He has to be careful. Only move. The rook needs to stay on this rank. If he leaves the rank, he's gone. Just to give you an example, very simple one. Also, oh, 1 minute. I need to show you even the move rook h6 would be a problem because of check and bishop d4 and mate. So rook c6. मराठीमध्ये म्हणतात हातचा माळ आहे, खूपच सोपं आहे. So rook c6 he played. Quite easy for him. A move like that. Bishop c5 check again. Typical. This check is important so that the bishop gets tied down. I would have preferred the rook on g3 maybe, but yeah, rook c6 back. And he has to be alert for photographic draw. Ki jahan pe bhi, once he realizes, okay, now this is the same position has come for the second time. Okay, then after a few months, same position has come for the third time. It's about to come. And he must call an arbiter. So Parth says the best thing for Abdusattorov is that he has a lot more time, so he can think a lot and defend. Absolutely true. In such a scenario, if he was playing with 30 seconds and opponent has 7 minutes, it would have become slightly difficult of a task. Oh, you're watching this channel since 2 years, and I've learned a lot. And now for the first time, I'm going to have a chess tournament from other schools. Array, congratulations! It's always a very memorable experience to play your first tournament, and that's why you should always try to make it a joyous thing, a happy thing. And also a learning thing. Wow, why no one is offering draw? Raju is asking, but Raju, white is a piece up. White has a bishop. Yes, it is a theoretical draw, but you will find so many games in Mega Database where the opponent has gone wrong and it's gone into a, lost position. So the point is you keep trying until the rule 50 moves. 50 moves, yeah. I hope I'm saying something right. कोई जगह पे 75 moves भी रहते हैं. So anyway, so yeah, this is very important that you keep fighting till the end and let the opponent make a mistake. Let the opponent, like, you should keep that chance open where your opponent can go wrong. So, but great play by Yakubboev overall. Of course, a bit sad for him because he was winning at some point. Not like dead winning though. No, seriously, it doesn't need more follow-up. It's there. Checked it, but by the way, Gookie book is sent. I'm sure you will be getting it in I don't know how long, but yeah, very, very, very soon. a lot of things, yeah, a lot of high priority things are going on, Shrishti. So will be able to reply to you. Have it in the mind. Rook g4. Yeah, he went again king h6. Now after check and now back king h7. Very important this move, so that you give a check. There is rook h6. I'm a beginner in chess. Want some guidance how to apply for tournaments? Mansi, there are these sites where AICF is there. There's a calendar, chess calendar. You can find the tournament. Sometimes when you play some local tournament, you can be added in there. Many times WhatsApp groups will they share the weekend tournaments and all. So very easy to just enroll and play. And if you want to play a rating tournament, you have to just register on this website AICF. Just check it out. Isn't it a theoretical draw? Absolutely, it is. Oh, by the way, king e6 is the 100th move, guys. Century ho gaya. Longest game or what for this tournament? I don't know. Maybe there was, but 100th move. So cool. Okay, finally the king says I'm leaving the 7th rank here. I'm now going to try something new. So he's gone king e6. Right now, the threat is still check. If you go here, there is a mate, but no, he's gonna go here. So okay, not a big threat at all. Century OP. हाँ ना, we can say सेंचुरी सिर्फ क्रिकेट में थोड़ी होता है कि नहीं guys? Diana, it's not baddest, it is the worst channel. That is what you can say. Yakubboev missed a win. Where? Yeah, earlier. I think we need to analyze, because practically also it's not just the best engine moves which show winning, but whether practically you're able to continue finding the sequence of moves. So it becomes important. Arthik says expect another. Do you want me to check? No, I want to check his check. Rook c1. Ooh, and Nightbot is saying something interesting. Check out Chessranga to improve your chess, guys. Every day there are these amazing tactics wahan pe. Bishop e5 has been played, so white is trying some new ideas. And now if you give a check, oh, he's very careful. See, he's like, now I'm not caring about going to the 6th rank because king f5, and this is reaching some situations of the book where white is winning. So he goes rook f1 and he knows the endgame. Actually, Abdusattorov knows this endgame in and out very deeply, and the way he is even keeping time in hand. Right now he does have 7 minutes on the clock. Yakubboev is coming down to 50 seconds, 60 seconds. He's trying, but amazing knowledge of endgame by Abdusattorov. Defending is very difficult in rook bishop versus rook. Yeah, an update for all of you joining late. Arjun Erigaisi's game ended in a draw with Sindarov. So tomorrow once again he'll be in a situation where if he wins, he will be world number 3 in rating. Of course, that's something exciting for us. I'm sure Arjun is not even thinking about it. Arvind Chithambaram drew his game with Shamsiddin, and Praggnanandhaa lost with Richard Rapport, but the game was too good by Rapport. He played well. Pragg tried his best to defend, but it ended in Richard's favor. Yes, absolutely. We'll get the video tomorrow because I think it's a game of this tournament for sure. Until there happens another game of the tournament that will remain the game of the tournament and maybe too good of a game, yeah. Do you think if I was at a Nodirbek, which Nodirbek, a Yakubboev or Abdusattorov? Both are brothers. I think so many people today have asked this question, yeah, whether both of them are brothers. Also, they look a bit like brothers, but they are like those, hey bro, those kind of brothers for sure. But no, they are not brothers. So bishop f4. We are at 102nd move. I love the camera and I love this. Camera was important, beach mein gaya tha, but now it's back. And how many moves I'm very keen to see after h4. 82nd move. The last, when was the capture? Yeah, this capture. 86th move. From 86th move they'll be counting. 86, 90, 50 moves, yeah. So let's see, 50 moves tak if white cannot checkmate Abdusattorov, then it will be a draw. It's happened actually in World Rapid and Blitz. I think Nakamura's game. We have the video. Very interesting situation happened at on 51st move. You know, there was a checkmate, but then Nakamura claimed, or I don't remember whether Nakamura was on the defending side. Maybe he was. And the checkmate was on 51st move, so it was a draw. Crazy tha, completely crazy. Ifham Jigar says I'm on this channel for 3 years. Wow, too cool, man. Too cool. Okay, the only blunder here was king g7 because there was bishop e5 check. But he's very careful and he goes king g8 here. Goes bishop e5. This is not a mate. There's king f7. So looks fine. If I'm in Abdusattorov's place, how can I convert this position into what? Because it's a draw. Ah, you mean whether I would have been able to play, whether I would have been able to draw this. Against whom? Against the same opponent? And with this current calculation, if I'm not in touch, no, I don't think so. It's difficult. I'm not sure. I should try playing with Sagar, such a position with the black pieces, and then we'll know. That's a great idea. Thanks, actually. Wow, Ifham says watched every game of Gukesh championship despite having my assessment exams. Array. क्या बात है. Oh, that was another experience of its own. Too good one. How was the assessment exam though? Rook a6. Great move. Great move, as much as you can still stop the king. And then once this king is out from the last rank, which is already tension भी कम हो जाता है king को, अपने को नहीं. Okay, he's gone bishop f6 right now and king f7. I think Abdusattorov is going to play this. Look at this. If he goes king f7, what if check, rook h7, king goes to f8. Once again, it's pushed to the last rank here. But the problem is when the king tries to go to g6, this king is going from this side to e8. Again, check means run away, escape. So if rook e7 check, of course not the disco because you lose the rook, and it's a similar situation, but then white doesn't have progress. King f8. You need a check here. If let's say you go rook d7, then comes an important move because white is threatening a mate, not rook a8. Very important is not rook a8 because of this move where you are threatening a mate. And even if you try to escape, you lose the rook. So only thing to take care is to go rook e6 and rook e8 for the check, which Abdusattorov will find it because it was a similar situation even when the king was on the h5. But just a little tricks, and especially when you have less time, this is where you miss the trick sometimes. But I think Abdusattorov is not that kind of a person. So yeah. Yes, says by watching this game, I must say Abdusattorov deserves to win. He's a solid player. But actually, Yakubboev has played amazing today. Yes, he did miss some moments where, not because he just missed it, but also Abdusattorov's resourcefulness was too good. That's why he found some kind of situations to save himself. But yeah, I don't think he was anytime winning, so won't happen. Anway, I doubt. I don't think so. Oh, you got the book. Amazing, amazing. That's great. Okay, rook h7 check. Is he going to repeat? It does feel like... No, he's just gaining some time. He's now having 1 minute 40 seconds on the clock. Abdusattorov has, slow and steady, still had to come down to 4 minutes on the clock. Counting 50 moves says journey tutorial. Yeah, we are on 109th move. Rudra says both Nodirbek saying it's been a long time. Yup. Check. Of course. Guys, ये blunder beginners करते हैं. King h8, rook g2 check, okay, resign. But we're watching a top level game, super top level game. Yeah, rook c7 just have to take care of. Anyway, can he go rook e2 here? Yeah, that also works. Rook c7. And also, can he give a check here? Oh no, check would be a blunder, see? King g6, king e8. Now important is this insertion of a check to push the king to f8 because यहाँ पे disco है, and once he goes here then would be a checkmate, or you force him to go back and win the rook, yeah, while king 8. So yeah, so here Abdusattorov for rook c7 has played king g8, an important move. Like there were other possibilities as well, but it's an important move. Nicely done. Yakubboev using his time. They must be tired, very tired by now. So sometimes it's not just this round, but sometimes it could affect the next day also. That's why it said that the physical stamina is also very important, and these top players, they make sure that they are playing some sport or having a very heavy physical training. They go to gym and they play some sports, and yeah. Okay, he's gone. Check, king f8. सिंपल है, डिस्को में जाना नहीं है. Otherwise also it's good to not go to the disco. Rook b7. Same, he will do the same thing again. Okay, we have reached 113 moves, guys. Hikaru was about to checkmate, he was not on the defending side. Oh, thanks, Park. That was an important thing. Thank you. Once he survives 50 moves, he can claim a draw. Yeah, absolutely. So that does mean, correct. Yes, bro, that Abdusattorov will go to a sole lead. I'm assuming now this is going towards a draw. He knows his defensive defenses very well. He knows the endgame very well. It's a test of your endgame knowledge also, and your practical skills also to apply that knowledge. Because many times, um, obviously, top players have studied these kind of endgames, but with less time, with the stress, with the intensity, with the pressure, there can be this one moment when it all goes wrong. Yeah, it all falls apart. But that's the thing. They know even if it is for this once in a while situation for the theoretical endgames, it's very critical to know them thoroughly. Very critical. And such a point becomes important. Yeah, this draw becomes so important for Abdusattorov to maintain his sole lead. Hanasi says, I'm watching them since 40 minutes, still waiting for who will win. Can black play rook 8 to stop rook b8? सब चल रहा है. Lot of moves are working. So, white needs to create, and generally there are moments when white does create these kind of situations where only moves for black. And still the best way to put that pressure. So even for white side, when you have this extra bishop, to know the best way to create that pressure situation is important. So yeah, rook a6. That's amazing, Andwai. You were able to play 124 moves. Crazy. Rook a4. 116 guys, 30 moves are done out of 50. Another 20 moves, okay? Another 20 moves, and then we will know that it's a draw. But Abdusattorov has to survive only for 20 more moves, and Yakubboev, will he be able to create a super tensed situation? Instead of King G, yeah. Rook a6. He's keeping some few ideas, watching such an endgame again and again how black is defending. I'm sure you're learning how the rook on the 6th rank sometimes is important, when it can go to the last rank, when it is giving checks from the side, from the back. So a lot of when it is barabar at the right time, making that bishop and king together like a pin. So all these things are important. Bishop c5. Yes, this is covered for the king. But what is the threat? Like, let's say I do nothing, I go rook c6. Am I making any mistake? Not really. He's kind of, twisting it, just trying to find some new ideas. But yeah, look at the body language. You can already see that somewhere he feels, okay, what's left? I'm not able to find how to create more pressure here. He's, with the body language, it does look like Abdusattorov is tensed but confident, whereas Yakubboev is slightly he looks sad, and also understands very well now that Abdusattorov knows it. रुद्र says दोनों नॉदरबेग एंड सारे चेस प्लेयर्स का पेशेंस नेक्स्ट लेवल है. The rook prevents the white king position. Now lone rook and bishop cannot meet. Absolutely, Veerabhadra. Yeah, rook c6, c5 is attack. More the forcing moves, more move numbers are happening. Okay. Yeah, nothing positive. If you had some interesting, what did he insult you, Diana? In general, I don't think anyone can insult anyone. Insult is how you take it. Insult can never be given. Those who feel insulted have very low self-esteem. That's why they feel insulted. Even if someone says get out, and if your self-esteem is balanced, you won't feel insulted. Rook c6. Once again a forcing move. The arbiter is coming and giving another score sheet कि भाई लिखो और लिखो. 120 मूव हो गए, जल्दी लिखो, जल्दी खत्म करो. It's always a nightmare for the arbiter when the game goes on and on, guys. So this is not easy. They have to wait. They can't eat food. Of course, players के लिए जितना tough है, the job of arbiters is also quite tough. Adya says, meanwhile, both the players not knowing what we are talking about them. Yes. तथागत says, पहले 50 moves हो गया या पेन का इंक खत्म हो गया. Nice. Rook c1. See, again you go from the back to give the check as well. You're keeping your side track open. Bishop goes to e5. I think Abdusattorov is not even looking at any photographic draw. He's like just okay, 50 moves हो जाएगा. We have reached 122nd move, guys. It started from the move number 86th. 50 moves from 86th move would be needed to draw. For the arbiter. No, I think the arbiter has to intervene after 75 moves. He can intervene after 75 moves, no? If the players don't claim a draw. But of course, Abdusattorov will be quite alert. No, why will Abdusattorov offer a draw? No, because he knows his opponent will not accept it. It's a very typical thing on top level. White is also still going to try whatever his body language is, but you know that you have to fight it out on the board. Because it's also very bad if just draw kind of agreed draw ho jata hai, so at least they'll either repeat or it will be a photographic draw or it will be a theoretical 50 move draw. Deep says now Pragg winning this tournament is very less chance. No, I don't agree. Like it's back-to-back wins can change things, and it's possible. Yeah, of course it's a needed thing if you want to win a tournament. Okay, he's gone bishop e7, and well, some tricks here. Also making sure when the rook is on dark square, your king cannot be in a disco. Dignal says this is literally one of the longest games in history. No, not at all. There are many longest games. I think people have played a lot of moves. I'm not sure what is the record, but even more than 200 moves have been played. Yeah, rook on the 6th rank, and now if you play rook c6, the only thing to take care is king g6. So yes, those ideas exist. Only thing is sometimes if you are not alert and little carelessness, oh I was playing this, then it would be lost. But he knows when to keep the rook on 6th rank and when not to. He knows that. See, he knows that white's threat is king g6. Whenever he goes king g6, you want to give a check. So rightly he goes rook a2, the king goes to e6. Crazy. Look at the stamina required. They have started playing since it's 9:43. 3:30 I think it started. 2:69 is the longest, says Gaurav. Okay, thank you. So (3:30 to 9:30 तो 6 hours हो गया, and now another almost 6.5 hours of intense brain work, guys. Intense brain work, so you can imagine. Well, Elbeck, I doubt Abdusattorov is gonna make a mistake. And look at Yakubboev, who's having more time now on the clock. But it's not going to help anymore. Because by the time when you've defended, you've found typical ideas, and you're making sure that when do you need your rook on the 6th rank and all that, you don't need much time. So Abdusattorov, yes, is low on time, but has used it very well. Let's see Elbek. Wow, if that thing happens, then I would be very surprised, because really I cannot believe that Abdusattorov can make a mistake. Only because it's been for 40 moves it's defended, yeah. So according to chess results is lost. Okay, then is that true or what? Crazy ho jayega. If at all Yakubboev beats Abdusattorov, it's crazy. No, I'm still let me check the chess results, by the way. What? Are you serious? That is what chess results does say. I mean, at the end of it, yes, it is a spoiler, but it is also something which is giving me some shocks. Wait a second. Because I am completely now, after looking at his play and his confidence and body language, I'm like, can't believe it can happen. But it is chess. Oh, then he may have to come down on time. Maybe Rook A2 is not leaving the rook. Some jitters over there for him. एक ही second, guys. Let me just adjust a bit. दोनों बहुत पीछे गए हैं. It would be very shocking, yeah. If it all changes, it would be very shocking. The time on the video clock and the clock here is different. Yeah, 2 minutes 19. I think 5 seconds का फर्क है ना? Yeah, 5 seconds. Manasvi Mishra is saying here to see the twist live. What are you saying, guys? Guys, we have been watching this game since at least 4.5 hours, and we were looking at almost it is going towards a draw. Let me tell all of you that Abdusattorov has defended amazingly, but we are at move number 129. That is 86th from 86th move. Only another 6-7 moves, yeah? Only another 7 moves. Abdusattorov needs to play accurately. Oh my god, yes! The thing is right. I can't believe it. He's been playing accurately until now, but he has made a blunder. Oh my god, shocking, super shocking. And does Yakubboev understand that this is a blunder? Because, guys, white to player, what will you play? It seems like that has happened. Seems like I was wrong. And seems like though Abdusattorov is confident, the situation is completely different on the board. In the next 7 moves, Yakubboev will have to win. Crazy. We know the 50 move rule. Yes, King F6 is the move. Check has happened on the board. If you have few options, King H8, King H6, King G8. What will you play? If you go King H8, then there is King comes here with the idea of mate. And if Rook G2, oh, but no, there is no Rook G2 time. It's a check. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And if King H7, there is King F5 now. King F5 with the threat of a mate. And you don't have Rook F2. That's why Rook C2 was a blunder. Oh my god. No check. It's covered. And a forced mate. Even if you go King F6. What is this? from the board. 2 minutes on the clock. Insane twist. Completely insane. Yakubboev goes to check the move number. I think even Nodirbek Abdusattorov went to check with the arbiter right now. What's the move number there? So another only 3. You know, guys, there are only. He resigns because he realizes that. Oh my god! Look at that. He says sorry. Yakubboev says sorry over there. Oh, this is heartbreaking for sure. Very heartbreaking for sure, but insane. Absolutely will hurt so bad. Oh my god. I'm gonna take you through those moments. Yakubboev OP, the way he kept playing, this was move number 132, and I just want to show you that still how many more moves, yeah, because oh, mating, because if you give a check, but isn't it rook f2 check, bishop f2, king g7, bishop check, king f7, bishop c5, king g7. Wait a second, how many moves? But the capture. Oops, so sorry. I'm so stupid. There is a new, this thing will start. No. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Guys. Guys. Look at what happened. I want to show you here everything. Abdusattorov was playing perfect chess. I mean, perfect chess. It was about to end in a draw. We were all waiting कि ठीक है अभी game हो जाएगा. Another 4, 5, 6 moves. 136th move. He just needed another 4 moves to get it into a draw. You know, he made a only blunder over here with rook c2. What he needed to play was anything else. Let's say he could have gone rook a5, and the same situation with king f6 check. He has king h6 here. And yeah, you will try to go rook d8 to checkmate, but then there is king h5. Remember, this is how it all started in the beginning with the rook bishop versus rook. So he knows how to defend this. So that was not happening. Instead of rook c2 here, wait a second. Yeah, instead of rook c2, there is also rook g2, which was completely fine. Okay, what about rook? You can't go rook a1. I understand the bishop is here. What about rook a3? Because in rook a3 also the same idea. If you try to go king f6, king h6, or even for that matter king g8, rook d8 check, king h7, king f5, you have rook f3 check. You know, like last time, because your rook was on c2, what happened was there is no check. So this bishop perfectly gives a cover. And that's why you only needed your rook for such a threat, to be careful, where you can give a check. So because you were not able to go to a1 to give the f1 check, you could also be on a3 and you could have defended. And this is exactly what we were talking about. My goodness, I am shocked because I really thought that Abdusattorov had it in his hands. 46 moves almost he played, all accurately, and very heartbreaking for him, because somewhere mentally it was like, okay, going towards a draw. But let's not forget something, that is that Yakubboev was winning at clearly better. He played a beautiful game with some resourcefulness by Abdusattorov. So what a game. Dono ko OP. Guys, that's why Nodirbek OP, because that would mean that even Yakubboev played excellently and even Abdusattorov played excellently. So Nodirbek OP ho jaye chat mein. This was really insane. And with this, the standings change now. Standings completely change. I must see Arjun is in the lead now. Arjun is in the lead, and have they updated yet? Wait, let me go to players. Yeah, we have 3 players on 4 points. You can see over here 3 players. let me just give you the... Yeah, this is what the standings are now. Arjun leads the tournament on 4 points. Abdusattorov also on 4 and Maghsoodloo also on 4. So we have these 3 players. Okay. Sindarov on 3.5. Praggnanandhaa and Nodirbek Yakubboev on 3 points each. Nepo on 2.5. Richard Rapport, in spite of beating Pragg with a beautiful game, he's only managed to reach 2.5 points. Aravind on 2 and Shamsiddin on 1.5 points. Tomorrow's pairings, not sure if we have it already here. No, not yet. We don't have it, but I do have it in front of me. Let me just tell you for tomorrow. Arjun, who is the leader, he's going to play with Richard Rapport. Arjun is playing with the black pieces. Nepo is playing with Praggnanandhaa with the white pieces. Aravind is playing with the black pieces against Sindarov. Abdusattorov is playing with another leader, Maghsoodloo. So we have 2 leaders playing against each other. So for Arjun, it's a very good chance if he manages to beat Rapport. But with the black pieces and with the form today, right now, Rapport played was insane. Yeah, this was after a long... What also sometimes hurts more is that you played for 6.5 hours. It is in the last, within these 2-3 minutes where it is going to end in a draw. Yeah, the twist happens there and it is heartbreaking. Very sad for Abdusattorov for sure. At the same time, Yakubboev did excellent to beat Uzbekistan number 1. Yeah, so Nodirbeks, guys, the match, the game was amazing. Yeah, Manaswi, I thought the chess result would be wrong. It's not possible, but it was insane. Nobody thought, nobody. We in the chat, we just did not think. Oh, Veerbhadra reminds us an important moment that Divya Deshmukh also lost in a similar situation. I think it was in Tata Steel. Yep. Okay, so everything can happen in life. Yeah, just become mentally stronger and stronger, gain that strength. But for now, guys, I'm gonna go. I'm also very hungry, so it's 10 o'clock. Thank you for watching, following. Maza aaya to see such a game, to see such an end game. Hope we all will be able to look at Rook Bishop versus Rook wale end games. I think Sagar has also have made some videos on that. So do study it whenever you get some time. And tomorrow we'll be back. Arjun is leading. It's a great thing. Actually, Pragg today missed it, but he's very close. 1 win and he'll also be able to join. So thank you for following, guys. Sagar was at Orient Pro today, so the tournament last day it was happening here in Mumbai, and we also had Harshit Raja joining in. So अच्छा था, बहुत मज़ा आया, but अभी मैं निकल जाती हूँ. Thank you, Adya. Thank you everyone for some nice comments there.